Peace, 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 peace. Peace, love, and light to all American Aborigines, American Indians, North, East, South, Central, and Conjoining Islands. Hey, if you're new to this YouTube channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button and the notification bell to be sure that you get all your latest content. First things first is to hit the like button and share this on all your social media outlets. The number one goal on this platform is to try to reach 1,000 likes on every video. With that being said, peace, love, and light. Greetings, Grand Rising. I'm gonna continue this. Let's go. Infamous Trey on me.
I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the products of the paper. They know what who we are, so they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the products of the paper. They know what who we are, so they hate us cause they ain't us. I said gotta never die, never left us. Even though they took your homie, still behind you like a catcher. Life is like a doctor, everybody want their checkup. Money, money, he been preaching, charge for a confession. See, ain't nobody focused on the bullshit that they told us. Always trying to pin you sick when ain't nobody came before us. We the best part of waking up before the Folgers. That's why they want your backs against the wall like a poster. Indoctrination being sold as education. Most of history they taught you came from some imagination. Roots was never true, fuck the whole compilation. Fuck Walter Plecker, fuck Alex Haley. America is Egypt, Israel, Queen Khalifa. Babylon used to devil by NY, check my fever. Niggas think I'm lying cause they sleeping. But bitch, I ain't no fool shopping my toes every season. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the products of the paper. They know what who we are, so they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the products of the paper. They know what who we are, so they hate us cause they ain't us. Guess I gotta start bad rapper, tell these niggas how it happened. Control is the goal, now you space like William Shatner. Technology's economy has overthrown your balance. Now your headaches come from ways Microsoft up in your admins. Fears how they take you, they spank you for being active and questioning all the requisites made to prevent disasters. Clearing out the Turkish streamer talking to the past. I got the online tide and it's survival for the masses. They never loved our classics, but bite off our originals. Reclassify your favorite rhymes the way they did the Seminoles. I'm so black pride that my inside's purple. If the word had never died, they probably never alert you. You need to venture out and stop sticking the circle. Strength and numbers react different to curfews. The movement not perfume, the streets ain't gold. Our summer so cold, we left the fall on froze. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the products of the paper. They know what who we are, so they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the products of the paper. They know what who we are, so they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the products of the paper. They know what who we are, so they hate us cause they ain't us. I said paper on paper on paper. Ain't no genocide, we was killed on paper. Buried us alive in the products of the paper. They know what who we are, so they hate us cause they ain't us.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, but we here. Oh. Choose a side, you go against me, that's like suicide. Sometimes just to find the truth, you gotta lose your mind. Using time to my advantage, I understand that everything's manifested in the way that I planned it. I'm still standing when the smoke clears. Blood, sweat, no tears. I came from the bottom where nobody know what hope is. They ain't freeing themselves or achieving their wealth. So if they don't support me, they don't believe in themselves. Life's a reflection. You get the message, is introspective. So if you search for hell or heaven, it's all connected in your brain. All kind of spirits live on this plane. Some are bad, some are good. Which ones you gon' entertain? Crown legacy, the gang. I put my heart in this set. Racists hate our skin tones. They look at dark as a threat. That's why these hateful motherfuckers keep their palms on our necks. How wolves get a bronze, but we got in the flesh. Just follow the text. It's time to reveal revelation. We still being hated and we still separated. We built the whole nation, but ain't get no reparations. Well, fuck a handout. If you want it, you better take it. This matrix been to enslave us. Killers lock us in cages. We gotta move through these mazes. Nobody coming to save us. Take off your chains. Everything you ever knew was ours. Like Langston Hughes, like Huey Newton. Yeah, you was power. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Take your shit back. Yeah, take off your chains, everything you ever knew was ours. Like Langston Hughes, like Huey Newton, yeah, you was power. A true king, born to rise from an infant. I do it for the lives that done died in the system. There's war outside for your mind and your spirit. Whatever's televised, telling lies to your vision. I'm indigenous, God body, strong and militant. And my squad is infamous, we calm but diligent. Immortal in combat, so it's hard to finish him. He's powerful, you gotta be a god to sit with him. I'm tapped in, my vessel's a voice for the ancestors from back then who wanted the world to demand better. I put my pen to the pad, start spitting what's real, and when I speak, that shit be giving them chills. I gotta tell you about your power, time to soak up your knowledge so you unlock it and rise like the sun. We pushing past the horizon. They watching from the side, but they don't wanna collide, cause who can stop us? Nobody, nigga. Nobody, straight heavyweights. These bronze bombers gon' detonate when we elevate from hell's kitchen to heaven's gate. We fighting hard times, dog, so let me set it straight. You ain't got a strong mind, then nigga, we don't resonate. I don't feel cowards. Your willpower is your real power. We've been building their dreams so long, it's time to build ours. Cause shit won't change if we all stay the same. So if it all falls down, we should all take the blame, nigga. I seen the pain, I done witnessed the flaws. So if you don't pay attention, you won't get what you are. My spiritual energy was sent from the stars. Now bitch, I'm live from the temple of God, incarnated, nigga. My spiritual energy was sent from the stars. Now bitch, I'm live from the temple of God, incarnated, nigga. King Crunch. Yeah, rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and John Doe's. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? Eat $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah. God's children, give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God and Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English plotted on our homes. Tribal families turn on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we nothing's turned to something. Reincarnation of ancients, fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the coop. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. You wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. And stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the source. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master, who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God, it's never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a vote, huh? Like slave masters willing to let their slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the castles be. Aristocracies with your last name patent accurately. Yeah. And I ain't even tell half the shit. Like, I ain't even tell a quarter of the shit. I'm just getting started. Y'all niggas rap about busting guns and all this weird shit. I'm trying to get my people back, nigga.
Peace, 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 peace. Peace, love, and light to all the American Aborigines. This is your brother, Aboriginal Power. Salute, salute, salute. Big ups to everybody, man. Hope y'all feeling good this morning. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling mighty fine. I'm feeling mighty fine. Hope y'all good. So yeah, man, I know it's kind of early. I know I hit y'all with the Grand Rising show. So, I'm gonna get straight into the audio. I got a fire bill lined up for you guys. You already see the title. So we're gonna jump straight into it. I appreciate if everybody was to go hit the like button right now. Please, family, go hit the like button right now. And if you're new to this YouTube channel, please hit the subscribe button. Don't forget the notification bell so you can get all your latest content. Moderators, shout out to my moderators in the chat. You already know what's up. Please share this on all your social media outlets. If you make a tag or a post, make sure you tag me in it. Hey, so this is gonna be another fire one. You feel me? Uh, I'm gonna get into some. I'm gonna get into a lot of information on this next bill. Well, y'all know how it is. It's the same thing. It ain't gonna change. So peace, love, and light to you guys. Uh, much love, man. Let's get straight into it. Y'all kind of quiet in the chat. Let me see if we can wake y'all up.
Get y'all bitch ass up out of bed, nigga, and get to cleaning up something today. You bitch ass nigga, the snow done went away. Get out and do something today, nigga. If you ain't gonna do nothing, at least spend some time with your kids, nigga. Clean up the front yard, nigga. I know you bitch ass, have you nigga made some money today? I'm on my way to go get some money, nigga. Have you bitch ass nigga made some money today? Or you too busy got your bitch ass on this social media shit? Nigga, I'm getting paid to be on here, nigga.
Get y'all bitch asses up this morning. Told y'all I got y'all alarm clock set. Peace, love, and light to everybody, man. Let's get straight into this audio. Let's get straight into this audio. I want to say shout out to the brother Albo the God for his Cash App donation. He started off right this morning. I appreciate that. I definitely humbly appreciate that. All support to this channel, man. Real shit. You know what I mean? Because I try to be consistent too as well. Every morning, good quality information. So we try to keep it right. Don't let Albo the God be the only one that support the channel today. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Y'all support the channel. Let's continue.
Can see that it's only a game that they play and we always lose. A lot of things that I say, Bev, comes from the senior citizen program. And when my age group. Yeah. And it offends some people. I can't change my ways. I'm not going to try and change my ways. And I can say to you from my era, if you don't like it, turn it off. I'm not going to try and butter it up to a fact that I'm sorry I said this, or I will try to tone it. I don't know how to tone it down. I will be as courteous as I can. I definitely going to be respectful, but I'll be damned if I'm going to change my views on what I've done in my lifetime. So the bottom line that I'm saying is, Beth, we have to learn that we are all in different eras, and geographically, we come from different parts of the United States. Right. And one of the main tools that are used for racism and white supremacy is to divide the country or divide their slaves in particular sections so they can train one section to do one thing and train.
I apologize. I'm smoking this wood and I was trying to get straight to the bill. I apologize for not greeting my family for stepping in the building today. I apologize. Shout out to Black Wolf. Shout out to Root Words, my brother Rashawn, my sister Lyrica Nevels. Shout out to A.V. my sister, the original Copper Empress Hobart. Shout out to Omega, Al the God. Shout out to Glennis Wright. Shout out to Chi Alpha. Shout out to Kiwanis the Aborigine. Shout out to Omega. Shout out to Spiritual K. Shout out to Sister Bethy. Shout out to Brandon Rogers. Shout out to Samantha White. Alka Pittman, Agent Smith of the Matrix. Shout out, what's up, Agent Smith? What up, Jay Freeway? Shout out to my brother Jay Freeway, 83 in the building. Who else we got up in here? We got Black Lens. Shout out to Black Lens for tuning in. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button. Who else we got up in here? We got Ashton Bar Travels. I apologize if I butchered her name. We got Ladrea Alexander. I probably butchered that too. Apologize. Chris Jackson, Johnny Everhart, peace. Jaguar Omeg, my brother. Shout out to Jaguar. Takeoff Tyson in the building and Omega Red. Greetings, greetings, greetings to everybody. More. Let me shout out the rest of the family I missed. We got Kali Flinch. We got Ramani Bay, a rising Aboriginal. Coppermane Arrows. Who else we got? We got a King, MNL. We got Troy Gohard, Mario Johnson, and Black Indian immigrant, and we got my sister, Lady Land Goddess. All right, shout out to you guys. We the people appreciate the bills. I appreciate that, Agent Smith. I'm glad you do, man, and I appreciate that y'all appreciate it, man. I really do appreciate all the support. It means a lot to me. So let's continue this thing out and let's rock this thing on out, man. We're gonna send high vibes out to the universe and let's get it.
Another to do something, that type of thing. And if you don't cross over to see it, you'll never know it happened. And you never can experience the pain of those persons in that era. For example,
I want to say shout out to Agent Smith for his super chat donation as well. That was a comment that I was reading off of there as well. We the people appreciate the bills. So yeah, I appreciate you putting it in there, and I appreciate your super chat donation, man. So hey, moderators, y'all want to drop the links to any of the donation sites for them? Y'all can do that for them. I appreciate that. I'm going to continue this bill without stopping it as much times as possible. I will be iterating and adding my 2 cents. Let's go. Peace, love, light. Hit that like button.
Ferguson would be a perfect example. A lot of people could not feel the pain of those people down in Ferguson, East St. Louis. I got a gentleman who's been dealing with me, and he's telling me about the sundowns towns that are down in that area and the things that happened to them. Ferguson was one of the first black settlements in the United States after 1865. And as you know from Ferguson and Mike Brown, that Ferguson is only one of 35 different cities or communities that have a population of 65 or better, and Peckerwood is running everything. Mm-hmm. So these are things that most people have not experienced. So when you look at it on TV and they say certain things that are pertinent to where they are, you may feel like, oh, that sounds like Uncle Tom, where he come from, blah, 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 all of that kind of stuff. We need to understand that so we can stop fighting ourselves over issues that we don't have control of. So with that being said, I want to talk tonight on historical revisionism. Historical revisionism. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it about? And it's very important that we understand revisionism. Now, where does it come from? How is it dealt with? Let me bring up one of my articles that gives me a very good definition. What? Yep. On. You can't hear it? We're having a sound problem. You can't hear it, Wallet? I can hear you guys over there talking.
Hear what?
Sound up.
You don't hear me.
There's a feedback that we're trying to get rid of.
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay. What about now? Can you hear me now, Beth?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't hear
Apparently not.
the feedback.
Here she comes. All right, hold on. Can you hear me now, Beth?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. We'll leave it right there. All right. Let's continue. They're they're over there working with Andre, the engineer guy.
Okay.
Now, historical revisionism in historicography. Never heard that word before. Historicography. Historical revisionism is a reinterpretation of orthodox views on evidence, motivations, and decision making processes surrounding a historical event. Through the word revisionism is sometimes, though the word revisionism is sometimes used in a negative way, constant revision of history is part of the normal scholarly process of writing history. Now, what are they saying? They are saying that whoever starts writing about an issue as time goes on, decades, as it's re-looked at, some people would see that they need to change it so that they can stay in a power position of their own era. Can you understand that, Bill?
Yes, I understand that, yes. And they do that with everything.
Yes, they do. And, you know, I've often said that all of history is written in hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
So what I should have said, that history that they deal with is always revisionism. Yeah. And they turn it around to make it fit the situation. So one of the calls that I had, they were trying to explain to me what went on during the Marcus Garvey, Booker T. Washington era. And that Marcus Garvey was a stone con man. Oh, they ripped him. Okay. So I tried to explain that during that time, Marcus Garvey was the fear of the earth. And the Europeans that was in control or trying to maintain control, they had to come up with something to offset the movement of Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey had the power, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the people to own to be the president of the largest black organization. The largest organization on earth. And I would love to challenge the Catholic Church to see if they have more members than Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey had 7 million followers. The Europeans said that. So we need to add another 3 million at least.
Now, mind you, all these followers he had around the globe was uniting as all melanated people as one, and that we should fight back and we should all go back to Africa type shit. And he was starting with the Americans, being the leaders of this forefront. But you see how that shit turned out. Y'all seen how that shit turned out.
His membership. They said when they held their annual conventions, they didn't have enough room in the cities, so the Europeans would all leave town when they came in because there was so many of them. Now, if you stop and think about that, the European had no way of dealing with it. So what he did, he started an organization called the NAACP. Now, he earmarked that organization to go after the mulattoes. This is why our history shows that most of the Negro leaders that they give us with pictures, they all are light complected. Now, it's difficult for us today to understand that, but there was a huge division between the black man and the mulatto back then. It's not that bad now. Not that bad, not bad at all. Because most marriages are set up between a dark spouse and a lighter spouse. I don't know how that came about, but you can look at your spouse and whatever color you are, 9 times out of 10, they're a different color now.
Yeah, that's the thing. My husband was dark. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So back in the day, of that era, it was very important that the European would broaden the divide.
Hey, make sure y'all hit that like button. I haven't popped in and show no love and tapped in and make sure y'all can still hear me. We're 25 minutes in. Got 118 people in here. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. If y'all can still hear me loud and clear, drop some fire emojis. I'm just now looking in the chat. Y'all going crazy in here. I'm going to continue this out. Drop some fire emojis if y'all can hear me. I'm going to continue this build up. Appreciate everybody for tuning in, man. It's your brother, Aboriginal Power. Let's go.
Between the mulatto and the black so that he could fix the mulatto on the black. This is Machiavellian type strategy, or as Bev, you would like to say, that's European psychology.
Yeah.
Right on. So, what happened and what went down was these so-called mulattoes had made an organization and went and told the European that we need to be rewarded for the mission that you're putting us on. So the Europeans said, don't worry about it. We got something planned for you. So the first things they did, they opened up and started building Negro colleges. And you can go back and look at all the founding dates of all of the so-called, what do they call them, the BCUs or whatever.
Did you hear what the mulattoes for the majority when it started? I'm gonna run that back probably about 30 seconds. Just so y'all can hear what he said.
Down was these so-called mulattoes had made an organization and went and told the Europeans that we need to be rewarded for the mission that you're putting us on. So the Europeans said, don't worry about it. We got something planned for you. So the first things they did, they opened up and started building Negro colleges. And you can go back and look at all the founding dates of all of the so-called, what do they call them, the BCUs or whatever they call them, the Black Negro College Fund and all of that.
Oh.
Yes. They all were founded between 1905 and 1950, put it that way, because they were set up. And then they put these mulattoes in charge. Then they did a newspaper process. There was, at one time, there was a multitude of black newspapers. I can't name them all, but the Michigan Chronicle was one of them. And the Chicago Defender, the Pittsburgh Courier, just to name some, the Amsterdam News, those ones I can remember. And they put these mulattoes in charge, but told them what to print, because they had to attack Marcus Garvey. Now, how did it work? Well, Garvey said, I have a multitude of laborers. I need some engineers, I need some doctors, I need some lawyers to help me build our nation back. But the black colleges told the graduates to stay away from Garvey, because Garvey couldn't pay for their school dues and all of that kind of stuff. So he didn't figure out how to lure them over to start building our nation. Mm-hmm. So if we go back and use revisionism, I can see it clear. But if you were a student, a younger person, you may look at Marcus Garvey and company as being some very good black people. They had a nickname, and you could probably Google the nickname, and Marcus Garvey would come up. They called him the ugly gorilla. Booker T and them, they all referred to him as the ugly gorilla. 1906.
You look at this picture, you look in the back seat with the man with the shit, little feathers or whatever the fuck on his head. He do kind of look like Mighty Joe Young. He do kind of look like Mighty Joe Young. No bullshit.
Everybody knows that the NAACP was founded. But nobody ever asked the question, why did they call it colored people? Nobody ever thought about that. Then if you look at the signs that are in the history books, especially during Negro History Month, they're going to show you where they had white fountains and they had colored fountains. Why did they call it colored? What was that about? They don't say that now. They don't say it. But we were using colored. Now, if you look at the statistics of the United States, as long as the government gives us our quote unquote title, we will remain slaves. So the government chose to use colored people because they would engulf the Indian, the mulatto, the Jew, anyone of color, and then of course the blacks. But the blacks was worse in the system than the coloreds. Coloreds were better. Now I'll bring up the brown bag test. A lot of us don't know anything about the brown bag test. These college kids, when they would come home or they had parties on the campus, they would take a regular brown paper bag, and it would be on the door. They would put it at the door. If you were the color of the brown bag, you didn't get in. Did you know that, Beth?
I never heard of that.
They call it the brown bag party.
Okay.
You had to be lighter than the bag in order to get in. This was a normal process. This wasn't something new. This was a normal process. And the police and the
I just want to make sure y'all can hear me loud and clear. Drop some fire emojis in the chat. Drop some fire emojis. Let me know y'all can hear me.
The mountain man, the Quaker, they named by Noble Drew Ali's grandfather, John Drew. And they talk in that book about, they call the full-blood Cherokee. They talk about the frontiersman, the mountain man, the Quaker. They named the Indian. They named the mulatto. They named everyone, and then they would say things that the American. And I'm saying, who in the hell is this American? So I went to work. You know I went to work.
Mm-hmm.
And come to find out that the American were the true people of this land. Now, who do you know that's copper? Let's rule out first. We know the European's not copper in color. We know that the Indian that they tell us about as they try and build up, he's not copper in color.
So when he say Indian, y'all know who he talking about, right? Like not let's not play the semantics. This is big boy class. When he say the Indian, y'all know who he talking about.
Then we got the mulatto. Now he could be copper in color, but he's real light. Now we get to the quote unquote the masses. I'll just say the masses. They are all copper in color. These were the people that Christopher Columbus saw. These were the people that the first 13 colonies, the so-called Plymouth Rock and all that madness they come up with, these were the people they saw. And then they had to do, in revisionism, they needed to write them out of history because they could not explain where they come from. They could not explain the color of them. So they went and said that the Native American was the people that were saw here. And then they attached the Indian to the Native American, all in hindsight. Now, and I've told you and read on the air in their law books and in a lot of my research, it tells me in no uncertain term that the so-called Indian, they call them the so-called Indian, or they say Indian was a word that was used because that dumb Columbus thought he was in India. And to make it work, this is really shocking. And I don't even know where this is. Can you tell me, Beth, where the British Isles are? That is it. Indian Island. I think they call them the British Isles. They named some islands down in the Caribbean, the British Isles, and said that there were Indians on that. And they try to make it look like Columbus went there. And that's where they are really Indians of the land. Just to try to close the gap.
Right.
That somebody like Ron March would come along and say Columbus was a dummy. He didn't know where in the hell he was. He had to hire Moors to guide him because the Moors had the knowledge of the sea. They were expert navigators. So if you didn't have a Moor on your ship, you would definitely get lost. So this, when I challenge history, as I'm going to do Saturday.
And then you ask yourself, why do they always say that? Why do they always say if they didn't have this person, they would get lost when using the maps? Because all people didn't go by the same measurement. You have metric and you have submetric. You see how we go by feet, and then across over on the other side they go by meters. You know how we go by Fahrenheit over here, and they go by Celsius over there. So if you didn't understand both sides, you didn't understand the mapping. You didn't understand the math, and most of the times people didn't, and they will go to the wrong spots. We'll get into that on a later note.
With proof, I'm only doing a revisit of the revisionism of the lie that they have fed us. Now, another crisis in our history that was revisionated. There's got to be another word. Revisionated. I don't know if that's a good word. But Abraham Lincoln.
Don't talk about him. Oh, Lord.
But when I talked about Abraham Lincoln, the people went bonkers.
Yeah.
I called him, and we'll call him again. The only thing that was close to Lincoln, but Lincoln outscored him, was Adolf Hitler. And that was a lie because Peckerwood wrote that in revisionism and said that he killed 6 million Jews. So if we just go with that lie and compare that to Lincoln, Lincoln doubled that figure by killing us. He passed.
Hey, we got 166 people up in here. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure y'all turn up. Drop some fire emojis if y'all can hear me. I know y'all going crazy in the chat. That's what I like to see. The conversation still spewing in the chat. Hopefully it can overflow onto the panel in a respectful way here shortly. So I'm going to continue this build out. Make sure y'all hit that like button.
Oh man. He did things. He sent a complete military column or army up in the Dakotas to kill, quote unquote, Indians that had land that they found the reason that they were they disobeyed the LIBOR code. I'm going to talk about that. I got so much to talk about. I don't know if I'm going to get to all of it, but the LIBOR code was used for Lincoln to clean up United States and open up the range for his Peckerwoods to go in and set up colonies and set up settlements. And we all know what happened with Sitting Bull, Geronimo, and all of them heavyweights when Custer took advantage of them going hunting and killed all their children and mamas and daddies and grannies and grandpas. Murdered them. And then they turned history around when they finally caught that punk, that fag from Monroe, Michigan. When they finally caught him, they wiped him out and everybody with him. Now history says that it was a massacre. Y'all don't know what he did to the villages when the warriors went off to hunt for winter. They took that out of history. So you got to go after it. When I brought up Colonel Livingston, some people went and looked it up. He was a minister, preacher, that had a record of murdering and killing and raping and cutting off parts of the body and wearing them on his hat and his neck and killing everybody. Then Lincoln turned around and used the Article 4 of the Constitution to create what was called the Fugitive Act. And anybody go back and read it. I got it close to me. And I'm going to pull it out and read it real quick and show you where they took laws. Now, there is one thing to hate a person, and I ain't got a problem with that. There's one thing of being racist. No, you can't be racist. Being prejudiced of a person, envy of a person. All that's human sociology. But when you have laws that you make up that supports your selfish, white racist, white supremacy attitudes, you got a big problem on your hands. We are the only ones that I've discovered on earth from the beginning that had laws to say it was all right to kill a blackie. They have children that could kill blackies. They had white women and white girls who could say that blackie raped me last night, and they would either hang me or hang me. That's all they would do. No damn trial, none of that crap.
And shout to the other, he said they either gonna hang me or they gonna hang me. Shit, he was thinking of something else, but they didn't do nothing else. Even though they barely did that or beat you.
None of that. Then there's laws where you could not go into the courts and sue or be on the jury.
Hey, I don't know if everybody can hear me in the chat. We might got some. Make sure all the audio is good. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? If y'all can hear me loud and clear, drop some ones and some fire emojis in the chat, and I will continue this build out. You understand? I don't know what's going on. That's why I say I got to check in from time to time, make sure everything going smooth. I don't be wanting to stop the shit. I just be want to make sure it's running smooth. I know it was fucking up. That's why I'm asking y'all now. Can y'all hear me? If y'all can hear me, drop some fire emojis. Let's get this shit in. Appreciate the 172 people that's rocking in. Peace, love, and light, and high vibes to all you guys and gals. You understand me? Make sure y'all support the channel, man. Moderators turn up in here. Let's go.
Or even file a complaint. Think about that for a minute. And we look at ourselves today and say we're going to unite. How can we unite when we don't even know?
Hey, Troy, Go hard. Yeah, that's it, bro.
We're in different regions. We're in different families. We're in different circumstances. We're in different age groups. We are in a hocus pocus trick bag. And we need divine invention in order to save us. But we have to be worthy of it. Nothing's going to come in here riding a horse and say these niggas are free and these ain't free. Ain't none of that. Your deed is going to free you. And if you don't figure out how to do it, then you just up the creek without a paddle. That phone call that I had the other night, I asked, did they have any rule or pattern or some type of plan in order to free black folks? And their conversation went into state. I just said, well, that's not it. But what happened to the Europeans to rezone the area you just all of that really? It is shown that Wood, Tulsa, Oklahoma, uh, Ferguson, Missouri, there's hundreds of black cities. Hayti down in the Carolinas, that big one down in Wilmington, North Carolina. European came in and took it and had the law on his side. Now, how did they do that? Lincoln set that up. Lincoln said, if you go in and incorporate a city, now listen to this. Let's say here's some blackies that's got a town. Wilmington, no, that's too big. Let's take another one. Hayti, one that I did a little program on, down there in Durham, North Carolina. And you're doing prosperously well, real good. Everything is lovely. Here's the Beckerwood looking. He mad. He can't do a damn thing. He knows if he wants to work, because he can't do agriculture. He's just above that. So he's got to come in town and work for you. So now Lincoln passes a law and says, if you incorporate a settlement, you will be protected by the federal government. Black folks that's been living there for hundreds of years, what do they know about incorporating?
Abraham Lincoln was an African mixed with an indigenous Aborigine. What I mean by African, I mean an Africanist. He was an Africanist, an Afrikaner, an Afrikaner, nigga, a white man.
This is one of the tools that were used for so-called United States to steal our land. Think about this. This is all hooked up, all together. So here's this town doing well. They get enough whiteys in there to petition the federal government over in D.C. that they want to incorporate this small town called Roseville or whatever it was, Hayti. They say yes. Now they elect a marshal or a sheriff. They start passing laws. They're protected now by the Constitution because incorporated Hayti.
I want to say peace, love, and light to everybody. We got 170 people in the building. I appreciate that. Let's turn up one time. Hit the like button. Let's get these likes up. Support the channel. Y'all. If y'all want me to continue, I got about another. I'm gonna let it ride out.
It's the same thing as the Constitution of the United States.
We just getting started.
It all comes under it. And they just passed the new Constitution of 1871 under the laws of Christianity. So now if you are a church or a Christian, they're going to send troops in to protect the incorporation. Think about that. Now you got all these blackies that's been living there all the time, and all the rules and regulations start changing. Then they start taxes. They start all this madness that we are in right now in Detroit with
Sophie, Sophia boy, what you mean, ma'am?
foreclosures and banks and all these Arabs coming in here. And we're sitting back, can't figure out how did that happen.
Yeah.
And when I brought up last night the 14th Amendment, they told me they didn't want to hear that shit. We said it just like that. I said, damn, I can't we communicate? I asked the judge.
Not a coincidence. Boy, you never hit the link when it's time to hit the link. And I'm gonna ask you a question. Is the word Dutch older than the term Afrikaners?
Did you know anything about acquiescence? He said, oh, now here we go. We don't need to talk about that.
Silly.
So I feel very, very hurt. But it was a good show because people that heard that are beginning to understand
Yeah,
that
they
we are
lie.
in, yes, but we are in a very delicate situation where the slightest misunderstanding can crush. This is why we cannot unite. And all my life, in my younger days, that's all I wanted to do. When I was out with drum, I wanted to unite and get a better job, promote black folks. We did that, but I didn't really realize how we did it until my later years when it dawned on me there was only 6 brothers. There was only 6 of us that controlled 2,500 young black. Was it 2,500? It was 6,000, 15,000, 6,000, 1,500 were white. Another 2,000 were seniors, blacks and whites, let's put it that way. And then there was about 1,500 to 2,000 young cats. When I say young cats, I'm talking about anywhere from 21 to 31, 35. We ran all of those young cats.
Brother, not a coincidence. All right, fair enough. I might do a bill sometime this week, later on in the evening.
And when we shut it down, the plant shut down because there was not enough workers to make the chain, the so-called assembly line, move. I thought that was wonderful. But it wasn't the 1,500 that did it. It was the 6 that had the knowledge to unite the 1,500. And we could only do it through some type of movement. But when the Peckerwood saw that, he went all the way to Japan and came back with a program. I know I got it wrong, but I think they called it PSI or P something that the Japanese used when they would take a section of the line and they didn't need a supervisor. They made everybody in that from the union supervisors. So they start telling on each other. And if there was an absentee, they never got a replacement because the other workers would do the work for the one that was absent. And they came to me and said, Ron, it's different. And I said, what happened? They started talking about this thing. I said, damn, I ain't never heard of that. And when I went out to check, they were right. And so I said, why did y'all agree to it? They said they didn't. Well, they didn't know. But my point is, they changed the program so that another drum could not flourish in the industry. That's my only point.
Yeah.
But the knowledge of drum should be in our archives so we all will know when we're in those predicaments what should be done or what won't work. That's what bothers a lot of people. Oh, that don't work. Well, you need to tell people and show people what happened when it did work and what they did to make it not work. So as you move forward, you can start from the end rather than starting from the beginning.
Right.
Unbelievable. And every time I think about our buddy Lincoln, that bastard, I don't know. It rubs our people because we have been trained to believe in Lincoln. We have been trained to believe in where we're getting away from George Washington, because some people know, we're not. That George Washington was another liar, that those early presidents were not only liars as presidents, they were slave owners. Think about that. They were slave owners. So how in the hell was it possible? But what we didn't know, and they don't want this lie, or they didn't want this history to come out today, and what they didn't want to know us to know was the United States was only 13 colonies. And it was all on 10 square miles.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I bet you if you do a poll right now on our people, you're going to find that probably 90% of them had no idea that United States was a 13 colonies. And all they write about, if you think and start reading history, they only write about what was inside of the 13 colonies. They had no jurisdiction to come out. But since we were brainwashed that United States of America was the entire United States, or better yet, the entire continent, we can't shake it that they wasn't talking to us. None of that crap they taught us in school pertained to us, because we wasn't involved. We wasn't in it. But when we went into their communities, like I mentioned about the incorporated villages, as they begin to spread and come out, I bet people don't know today, our people don't know today, that there is
I'm gonna run that back for another 30 seconds so y'all can hear that shit real quick. I want to say shout out to Sister Betty for her Cash App donation, and shout out to Don't Do It for his Cash App donation. Sister Betty said, "Fire build." I appreciate that. You already know I try to come up quality for the people, man, and stay consistent. You know, a lot of people like to get up early, listen to their shit. Most people don't watch news, fake news, anyways. So, you know, I'm going to indulge in on something else. I try to give that outlet to somebody. So, you know, peace, love, light to all you guys. Appreciate it if y'all go hit the like button. We got 195 of the family members tapping in and watching right now. So if y'all can hit that like button, support the channel, and share this on all your social media outlets. If y'all can still hear everything loud and clear, please drop some fire emojis.
But since we were brainwashed that United States of America was the entire United States, or better yet, the entire continent, we can't shake it that they wasn't talking to us. None of that crap they taught us in school pertained to us, because we wasn't involved. We wasn't in it. But when we went into their communities, like I mentioned about the incorporated villages, as they begin to spread and come out, I bet people don't know today, our people don't know today, that there is a law that's in place on the books right now called the Proclamation Line of 1763. Do you know anything about that, Ben?
Yeah, from listening to you.
Okay. All right. But I meant, did you know anything about it in school? Did they mention it?
I remember hearing something about it, but I just remember hearing something. I don't remember.
All right. Well, the Proclamation Line was the Allegheny Mountains. The British British colony up in New York, King George III signed a proclamation that no peckerwood, now ain't no ifs and buts about this, but no colored, full-blooded, none of that. Revisionism changed it from peckerwood or European. They changed it to frontiersmen Quaker, that other one, Pilgrim, Mountain Men. They use all those types of terms, and they're really talking about peckerwoods. That's all, Europeans, that they were not allowed to cross it. But the people that were on the other side had no idea what they was doing over there across the Alleghenies over by the Atlantic Ocean on that side. And all of the history they taught us came from the Alleghenies to the Atlantic Ocean. And when they engulfed both into one in 1871, that's when they began to use America, United States of America. But revisionism, since they had us in school and they realized that we were dummies, and they realized that they set up those black colleges and realized that most of them colleges were teacher colleges, because they brainwashed them that you're going to go out there and teach your people how to read and write and set them free. They told them that United States of America is what you're going to teach them. What no United States of America until 1871.
Shout out to KR for his Cash App donation. I appreciate that. I really humbly appreciate all the support. Definitely appreciate it. We're gonna continue this build. We got a 200 and something people in here. Salute to you guys. Grand Rising, peace, love, and light, and high vibes. I will be dropping the link here within the next little bit shortly, unless y'all want me to drop the link here a little bit closer to later. If y'all want me to continue to build, man, turn up out there, man. Turn up. Drop something in the chat. Let me know y'all want me to continue. Shout out to the brother KR. We're gonna continue this build out properly. All right, let's go.
Revisionism, historical revisionism, they admit that it's dangerous. They admit that it's a reinvention. Anytime you use the word or the letters R-E, you're really talking about changing some crap.
Right.
And it's a mean thing. It's a mean thing. If you get any callers, Bev, let us know.
Okay, I have somebody on the line here. Let's see. Area code 205-757.
I want to skip it up a little bit. I want to say another shout out. Shout out to the brother Spiritual K. He said, appreciate your platform. I appreciate y'all. I'm glad it's, you know what I mean, being utilized. You know, it's been a growing of this platform from scratch. You know, really only to this year, a couple months ago, I just started promoting it on social media, which is Instagram. Other than that, man, it just naturally came organically from people looking and searching and typing in and then running across my channel. So, you know, it's been a growth over the last few years or so. But I appreciate all the support, and we're going to continue to grow, and we're going to keep on waking up the American Aborigines, North, East, South, Central, and conjoining islands with fire information, great build, dialogues, and shit like that. You feel me? So I appreciate the support, big bro. Let's go.
Hear what happened last night. And I said to myself, if you could just expand your mind and listen to what he is saying, it all makes so much sense. And it's the truth. I mean, it's just something inside of you would tell you it's the truth. Now, I can understand how some of the dirty Moors might have made people feel like being a Moor and the Moorish foundation or whatever was something really good. But
like I said, greetings to everybody that's just tuning in. Peace, love, and light. Halito. If you're new to this YouTube channel, please go hit the subscribe button. You ain't gonna want to miss out on these fire bills of information. And don't forget to hit the notification bell. Thumb up the video, guys, to talk for those that's just now coming in. Make sure y'all hit the like button.
you can't blame that on everybody. You know, we all ain't
No.
the same. You know,
Right.
just like like the copper colored people and the different colors and everything. But you know, I just felt so bad about last night, and I just wanted to just.
Big brother Naughty, salute to Naughty. I will be dropping the link here shortly. I am going to be dropping the link, so make sure y'all get ready when I do drop the link, you guys.
Pull up the stakes and leave, but fortunately, I'm a native of this area, and I said to myself, that was horrible. It was horrible. It's a shame, and I can see why we can't come. I can see why we can't come together, because we won't listen to each other. I mean, just listen. If you don't believe it, just listen. Take down some notes. Go do your research and study this for yourself. Wow. That's all this
sister, I love you. I'm glad that you called in. I really, really love you. I'm telling you. That was a wrestle last night. That was 5 or 6 against 1. And I did everything I could to be peaceful. And then they said that I was attacked.
I'm gonna skip it up a little bit, get past the callers, get back into the regular bill. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Let's go.
This is what I had to say, though.
It goes back to the church situation that I brought up and use that one on both sides of the Allegheny Mountains, citizens of the United States of America. So when that brother said that we were bound by certain rules and regulations, he's partially totally incorrect, but he's partially and totally correct. And I can explain that real quick. Since they said we were a part of them by making us citizens under the 14th Amendment, we never did declare that we were not part of them. So when that brother says that, the only ones that can truly say that they're not a part of that madness are those that say it and declare themselves not a part of that madness.
Did y'all hear that? I'm gonna run it back a couple seconds. Shout out to 7 Blacks Lions, excuse me. He said, new to the channel. HBCU was my first experience with black on black semantic racism. All right. At VUU in 1993. Because a lot of these black colleges are set up by the American Association, Colonization Society, which is pretty much this whole indoctrinated form of two good Negroes meant to lie to you. And once you start thinking outside of the box, they get very upset with you. You feel me? I mean, and it's a lot of other shit. They stole that from the indigenous shit. A lot of these HBCUs or A&Ms and shit like that. Which is agricultural machines, and we can get to a lot of where that come from too. So yeah, I appreciate you for tapping in, 7 Black Line. Make sure you hit that notification bell and the subscribe button. You know what I'm saying? So you can get all the latest content when we go live. You'll get your notifications, and we can have these open dialogues live, man. You know what I'm saying? I will be dropping the link here in a minute too, so people will be able to indulge in on that. So let's get it.
Incorrect, but he's partially and totally correct. And I can explain that real quick. Since they said we were a part of them by making us citizens under the 14th Amendment, we never did declare that we were not part of them. So when that brother says that, the only ones that can truly say that they're not a part of that madness are those that say it and declare themselves not a part of that madness. That goes back to the church situation that I brought up and used as an example, Bev. Mm-hmm. Nobody said no. Nobody said yes. The law says you can take it as an affirmative. So since we got 30, 40, 50 million black folks, I would guarantee you over 85% of them have never told the United States to kiss it where the sun don't shine. We're not a part of you. Why? Because they didn't know. And that's what I try to do, raise the consciousness. So that means that United States of America has a right to do anything they want to do to you because you are a subject of them. Now, I told you that I was going to give you some brief information on where we're going to lecture as we move forward in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
That is a part of it because you are still, ever since 1933, they went a step further with the 14th Amendment. The birth certificate was in the Bible in 1871. All of your records were in the Bible. It took them.
Y'all can't tell me down for y'all. For my family that's down south, it may differ for some of the brothers and sisters up north, but it may not. Do y'all remember your great grandma or your grandma having that church, y'all family Bible that was big as fuck? It used to be on the table or somewhere in your house. You used to have your great granddaddy's name, social security, when they was born, all that shit on there. You ain't never seen shit like that. A big ass Bible. They used to call your family Bible. You used to have all y'all fucking records in there from your great 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 granddaddy in that motherfucker. Real shit. My family used to have one. I don't know what the hell happened to it, man. I really don't. I think somebody stole that motherfucker. I really can't even remember. But I remember seeing that shit when I was a kid growing up, though. I remember looking and seeing like, who named? They were like, oh, this your granddaddy Bob Roberts or something like that. You know what I'm saying? He owned this around here. He lived. That's such and such. You know. Yeah, y'all don't know nothing about that, man. But see, it was a point of time where they made a lot of these people turn in their Bibles and say they was giving them new ones. And a lot of people didn't have a chance to go or didn't even realize or think about going to go copy a lot of those documents down. A lot of us didn't go, a lot of our family members didn't know to go copy and write it down. You feel me? I'm gonna continue this bill. Let me shout out to the brother Brave Hawk 334. It said this is the kicker. The HBCUs are built on ancient American Indian land. 9 times out of 10, those football stadiums are old as fuck with mounds around them. 9 times out of 10, if you see 3 or more mounds in a row, 9 times out of 10, you will see an empty space either behind it or in front of it. Depends on how you're looking at it. Because most of the time it was a ball court set up to all these mounds and these pyramids. Of course, and most of these ball courts was basketball. It would differ between basketball, football. And I don't mean like courts, I mean like stadiums. Real stadiums, man. A lot of these HBCUs is buried on top of indigenous land. A lot of these military bases built on indigenous land. A lot of these national parks is real spiritual and high value indigenous land. Half of these places that the motherfucker hell, they own 22% of the United States federal is owned by federal land. Why? Fuck y'all need all this shit for? Yeah, man. These people are just doing anything on our land, man.
Up to
I'm gonna continue this build up, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button.
in 1871. All of your records were in the Bible. It took them up to 1956 to burn the Bibles. The Bible toting, lying, dirty heart Eisenhower was the one that did it under the guise or under the teachings of Lyndon Baines Johnson. Those two bastards, excuse my language, set up burning the Bibles, and they did another thing that was real bad. I can't remember right now, but it will come to me at a later date. Once they got the Bibles out of the way, they could institute the law now that said that you were a citizen of the United States of America because they owned the birth certificate. Most of us don't know that we are two different entities.
Hey, How many of y'all got y'all birth certificates in the chat where y'all can go get it and read something? I'm gonna show y'all some shit that y'all didn't know because I've been around. How many of y'all got y'all on hand where y'all can read it? Go get a magnifying glass. I'm gonna show you where it says bank notary on your birth certificate. I'm gonna show you where it says bank notary on your birth certificate. Yeah, let's get it in.
In this government, we are a natural entity and we are a corporate entity. Each one has a sound of a name that is the same, but the spelling of each is different. We probably got people that would argue that all caps of Ron March and upper and lower caps of Ron March is the same entity. I will walk away from that person. I would be wasting my time trying to tell them that it's a two different entities. The government owns all caps. Ron March owns upper and lower caps. We need to study that. We need to get a hammer and pound our heads to realize that. So if you could own, this is coming right directly to you, Bev. Mm-hmm. If you could own your birth certificate on paper and you were asked to come to court, who would go to court, Bev? The birth certificate or Beverly D that I know and see?
There has to be Beverly D that you know and see.
If you were closer, Bev, I'd take my fist and just stick it through the phone and pop you.
That nigga Rob March funny. Funny as hell. Sorry about that. It's a beautiful day, man. I told y'all it's Grand Rising. And don't forget to add the waking bake on that motherfucker. Shout out to Akeem Balam. I know I fucked up your name, bro. I apologize, man. I really do. I butchered it. I apologize. I appreciate that, brother, for the cash out donation. He said, for keep dropping that reel, tribe up. He said, keep dropping the reel. You feel me? And I appreciate that. And I'm gonna continue to keep doing it, bro. I really do, man. I appreciate all the support from you guys. It means a lot. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna keep trying to stay consistent. One of the things that a lot of people don't do is be consistent. And a lot of people ain't accessible. I think I meet both of those criteria. You understand me? So let's continue this thing out.
Who would go to court, Bev? The birth certificate or Beverly D that I know and see?
There has to be Beverly D that you know and see.
If you were closer, Bev, I'd take my fist and just stick it through the phone and pop you. Oop, just like a cartoon. Number one, you answer too fast.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, I got it now. Yeah, I got it now. Okay, we're talking about that corporation. Okay.
Oh, baby, yes. Okay. Because the warrant or the summons came in all caps. They said all caps show up Monday morning.
That's right.
So what you should do is take an envelope and go down there and throw it on the floor. Period. Boom. Get some time off of this punk.
Because and the bill collectors do that too. They do the same
thing. It comes in all caps. So you need to get the money from this envelope. Period. And since I am the owner of that envelope, and since I got that envelope in my irrevocable trust, I'm going to warn you to get out of town by sundown. I don't care what they bought or didn't buy. You're out of here. And there's nothing they can do. Now, we're going to take that another step.
Yes, it is, Agent Smith, bro. When he laughed, It make you want to laugh. His laugh is contagious. That's what it is. He got a contagious laugh. I'll be on the floor laughing at Ryan Morris, boy. I'll be on the ground.
Because they told you when they set this trash up that you had 13 negotiable instruments to.
Shout out to Sean Yasharel, my big bro. Shout out to my bro for the cash out donation. He dropped the fire emojis in there. I agree. I believe this build is quite fire, big bro. Let's get it, man. Let's get it.
Pay your bills. The only one you know of are three: cash, check, or money order. So once you learn the 13 instruments, you can write up an instrument on a piece of toilet paper and give it to them. It's over with. So we'll leave it right there for thought process.
Hey, while we right here, I'm gonna take a quick little break for my peoples, man, so y'all can hit that like button. I see a lot of y'all CD gang up in here. The CD gang is in here deep. I got something for y'all.
Seeds. No, they don't grow unless you plant them, you know? Yeah. Seeds.
Yeah, that's for y'all mid smokers. Got y'all asses. Let's continue this build and get right back into this fire.
So,
Even Ryan Morris laughed at y'all ass.
so we only been told 3, but it's 10 more instruments that we can use to pay our bills.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes. Now,
Can y'all hear loud and clear? Shout out to David Oliver for the cash out donation as well. Big salute. I appreciate all the support, man. That means a lot from you guys. We're gonna get it in. So I definitely appreciate the support. Hey, turn up out here, man. Let's keep it going, man. Support the channel. Hey, the main thing y'all can do by supporting the channel is hitting the like button. That means just as much to me is when you hit the like button and share it on your social media. If you ain't following me on Instagram, make sure y'all go follow me on Instagram at big_Aboriginal_power. Let's go.
I got a caller here, but I'm going to ask the caller to minimize. Let me get in there because he loves to talk. So let's deal with him. Caller 0440.
Dion, you want to hear your special? I got you. I'll give it to you one more time. Here you go. Dion, this for you, big bro.
Yeah. Seeds. No, they don't grow unless you plant them, you know?
Dion, what you got?
Seeds.
Right.
No, they don't grow unless you
Killed him. You just sit down somewhere. We
40.
just killed you.
You do the math. It wasn't that many white people in this country. And, they gave estimates, I don't know if they're true or not, but they gave 1.4% of whites in this country at that point in time. And most of the blacks at that time was more black. And they were the ones that was owning more slaves. We had one person in Carolina owned 84 slaves, and the average slave owner, which were black, owned at least 30 more slaves.
Yeah.
No, 10 or more, and the rest of them like 2 or 30. So it was a commodity thing, a way of life. If you elevate it commercially or economically, you need to go and buy you some workers or some slaves or servants or indigenous servitude. It's just people take advantage of it based on their spirit. That's what that was.
Yes, and there was a court case by a black named Johnson. His name was Johnson, who what can I say? He overlooked a timetable when his indentured servant was supposed to be released, and the indentured servant had a person go down and file papers against him, and rather than go to court to fight it, the slave guy Johnson turned the slave loose and said, "You're free." gave him his some land and everything, and then he found out that it was a setup. And then the courts ruled that that slave had to stay with Johnson for the rest of his life. That pattern, that was a court case, that pattern set up what we from Hollywood know about old Black Joe pulling cotton in the slave fields. It was all done by black folks. But black folks were rich. You're totally correct. Black folks were rich. They had slaves. They did everything that they needed to do, and they were more than, what could you say? They were more than rich because they were prominent blacks in the community. You're totally correct. I appreciate your call, brother.
Hey, I want to say shout out to the to Craig Lloyd for the super chat donation. He also said, I'm new to this, but I love y'all bills. The education is much needed. It really is. It's much needed. So we try to give it to you guys because, you know, we can't physically get to the people that you can physically reach or verbally reach. So we try to make sure we can spread it as much as possible, make it easier to digest. Because if it's easier for you to get and digest, it's going to be easier for you to give to somebody. You feel what I'm saying? So we try to make that whole process easier for everybody. So I appreciate everybody continuing to lock in. This channel will continue to grow. If you ain't subscribed, hit the subscribe button. If you ain't hit the like button, hit the like button. If you ain't supported the channel, support the channel. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. We're going to rock this thing out for a little bit longer. I'm about to drop the link here in a second.
Yep.
They probably was the days. You know, you told us about the days.
Yes, if you read it, you'll find out. Someone in the chat room sent me the 17th Amendment, and they were talking about I need to study this offline so I can do it all at one time. I hate to read and try to comprehend at one time. But they're talking about all persons born or naturalized in the United States,
right,
subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or abridge the privilege of the immunities of citizens of the United States.
We'll run that back just a little bit. Make sure I hit that like button. I'm going to take a quick 30-second break, and I'll be right back with you guys. Make sure you hit the like button. I'll be right back in just a second. Can y'all hear me now? Are we back? Are we back? All right, we back. Let's go.
But black folks were rich. You're totally correct. Black folks were rich. They had slaves. They did everything that they needed to do, and they were more than, what could you say? They were more than.
And black people did have slaves. We got to get into the demographic of who was the slaves. That's a question I'm going to propose.
Black folks were rich. They had slaves. They did everything that they needed to do, and they were more than, what could you say? They were more than rich because they were prominent blacks in the community. You're totally correct. I appreciate your call, brother. Yep.
They probably was the days. You know, you told us about the days.
Yes, if you read it, you'll find out. Someone in the chat room sent me the 17th Amendment, and they were talking about I need to study this offline so I can do it all at one time. I hate to read and try to comprehend at one time. But they're talking about all persons born or naturalized in the United States,
right,
subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or abridge the privilege of immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall damn that, because we have never been. Dred Scott said, "We will never be citizens of the United States." So they're not talking to us. How you like that? So the person, I don't know what the frame of mind of the person that said it in there, but since we're not citizens and we've been told we could never be citizens of the United States, then we need to ignore this trash. So the brother from Ohio is correct, but then they tricked us by setting up the 14th Amendment, and it said everyone born in the United States is a citizen of the United States. We didn't ratify that. We didn't agree to that. And then they try and say that that was what freed us from slavery, because we were 13th Amendment citizens first and then 14th Amendment citizens. Well, I don't want to be a 14th Amendment citizen. So now put that in your pipe and smoke it. I don't want to be a part of it. So I am stepping out of it. So don't even bring me that trash. If I want to use it, I will. But if I don't use it, I don't have to. So when I declare myself, and especially since they can only come after me through corporations, remember that, all caps, I'm going to purchase my birth certificate, which is known as your live birth record. And we're going to set up classes as to how do you get your live birth record. And we'll move forward from there. All right, Bill?
Yeah.
All right. Now, do you have any more callers, or can I move on?
No, you can move on.
All right. I wanted to go to Article 4, Section 2, which gets back to Lincoln. Section 2, the citizens of each state shall be entitled to all the privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states. So what goes on in one state as a privilege and immunities goes on in all states. But the next paragraph, which would be paragraph 2, says this. Listen to this carefully. Persons charged in any state with treason, felony, or other crime, who shall flee from justice and be found in another state, shall, on demand of the executive authority of the state from which he fled, be delivered up to be removed to the state having jurisdiction of the crime. So if slavery was legal in Mississippi and the authority was a redneck peckerwood who was the marshal or sheriff or mayor, signed a document and told them Rough Riders or the damn slave chasers, go up to Illinois and find this punk and bring him back. They did not have to get permission from Illinois. They could go up and search and bust him in the head, tie him up, throw him in a wagon, and take his butt back to Mississippi. Nowhere on earth are there laws like this. They call this the Fugitive Act. They modified it in order for the southern states to maintain slavery. However, what we don't know that they kept out of revisionism.
Y'all got some good conversations going on in the chat. I'm peeping. I will be dropping the link in the next 10 minutes, so y'all get ready.
Was the fact that the southern states did not have slaves. All slavery started in the 13 colonies. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. All slavery and slave ships and whatever you want to call it, it all started in the 13 colonies. They called it at first indentured servants, and then it moved up with a new title of slavery. And then when you read of America, they use the word, in addition to slavery and indenturedness, they use the word laborer. And I've always said that our so-called slavery black on black was more of a labor contract than a slave contract. However, since I didn't live during that time, and since I know there was some dirty Moors that lived during that time, then there's no telling what they did because people had to live. Now, if the people last night were upset with me because I talked to them again today, they were upset because I worked at Chrysler and they told me that I helped build this slave empire. And I said, no, I didn't. I fed my family and raised my children to have a decent life and some education. A couple of them went to college. So now if you throw that concept back into 1800s, you'll have to discover that how did they live? I've always said, if you have any elders in your family, be nice and low key and just ask them, what did they do for a living when they were coming up? You're going to be shocked to find out. Jobs were few and way far between. This is why a lot of illegal activity went on, such, liquor, bootleg, and all that kind of stuff. All of that went on. It was the same thing in the roaring 20s when Capone and them boys set up all them speakeasies. There was no jobs. Jobs didn't start becoming plentiful until Ford and another blackie named George Washington Carver came up with the assembly line, and Ford started making automobiles on the assembly line. And Ford said, I'll paint them any color as long as they're black. Yes. Mm-hmm. Now, if you didn't get a job at Ford, the only thing left was a shoe shine boy. And I'm just thinking as I talk. I had an uncle on my mother's side. Her sister married, we called him, his last name was Green. We almost called him Uncle. We called him Uncle something. I can't remember. He worked as a red cap on the railroad, on the trains.
Right.
He was part of the organizing of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Union and A. Philip Randolph and that bunch. That was in the early 40s. Y'all need to look at this. You had to have a job to do those types of things. Those jobs were all black jobs. I'll tell you something else. Anybody that have been to New York, and I'm talking about Manhattan for sure, just to name one borough, there's 10 million cabs and no place to park. So you rode the L downtown and then you took a cab to your job. Well, prior to the 6th Martin Luther King, 90% of the cab drivers were black. When they killed King and the driver said, we're not working this day, Peckerwood didn't believe that they had the power, but they really shut down Wall Street. What did the Peck do? He started setting up new cab companies and started hiring foreigners and ran all the black cab companies out of business. See, if we can't read and understand these things, you're going to make bad decisions. Because the European can't do nothing unless we do it.
Now,
it's all about us. Go ahead, Ben.
Now, someone in the chat room is saying that it's the difference between the United States American and the United States citizen.
It is. Mm-hmm. It is. Now, if they're on there, I want to ask them a question, see if they'll answer.
Mm-hmm.
Who would be a United States citizen? And you can go, I wish I had the figures and the numbers, but if you've ever been attacked by the IRS, and when they put a lien on you and they send you that form I'm looking at the farm because they got me a couple of times. 668, I think it is Farm 668. And it tells you on the farm on side A who they are and where they're going to get their money, such as your bank account or your job. It's always on that first page. Then at the bottom, it'll tell you to turn it over, and they will give you the rules, regulations, and instructions on how and why they're doing it. Have you ever seen one of them, Bev? Or you don't want to put your business in the street?
No, I really haven't seen one.
All right. I could bring one, but I don't want to fool with the IRS. I got.
All right, I'm gonna end this right here. This is the time where I open up the platform. So if anybody want to come on and build, this is your opportunity. I will drop the link in the chat, and I will take a quick 30-second break so everybody can hit the link that do want to hit the link. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat. Peace.
I swear to God, I put the fear God in these niggas. I swear to God, I put the fear God in these niggas. I swear to God, I put the fear God in these niggas. I never go back on my promise. Yeah, one thing I don't like to be honest. They gon' keep popping until I pop up. Look at them acting astonished. Claiming they trapped out of Hondas. They must was living in Disneyland. I was uptown with problems. Stuff on the pole selling milligrams. They wouldn't last for a minute, man. Pulling up nighters on double shifts. Call them, put me up on finish, man.
I'll try to drop the link in the chat. I don't know if y'all can see it. The link is in the chat. So if anybody want to come on, see y'all was going crazy in the chat. So I'm gonna let this thing rock out. Don't be scared to jump on and build, man. We're gonna rock this thing on out. Shout out to everybody out there that's tuning in. We got a fire build going on right now. So let's get it. I dropped the link. Let's get it. Let's get it.
I put the fear God in these niggas. Serving who moving that white. Yeah, I done got used to this life. I done grew heartless, stuck in the darkness. I know my future was bright. I'm at the stove and I'm knee deep. Cooking your God on repeat. Rifles inside of the trap, trying to run up ahead. I'ma shoot, make you retreat. Niggas is not to be trusted. Searching for info, I won't reveal it. Gripping the handle, I clutch it. Shoot them broad day and I won't conceal it. Niggas be trying to stay relevant. The game is a time for intelligence. Hustle, I do it in fashion. Trippin' designer, that's elegant. I know they gon' hate for some odd reason. I'm a Poland and Glock and a Dodge Demon. Give me some top from the main bitch. I try to talk, but these niggas ain't hear me. This is the part that gets spooky. They play that role and I'm ending the movie.
Peace, 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 peace. Peace, love, and light to all the American Aborigines, man. Appreciate everybody tuning in right now. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Yeah, this is the open panel section, man. We got the brother Rasta Nati. We got Nati in the building, man. We got the brother Dewad.
Dawood, fool. Dawood.
I got it right, nigga. No, we get nigga. Shut up.
Is that Reggie, nigga?
Yeah, Dawood in this motherfucker, man. Shout to the guy, man. How y'all doing?
You said my name earlier. You said David Oliver, nigga. You could put my whole government out that bitch, nigga.
Oh, my bad. I apologize. I didn't even know.
Hey, look, you good, nigga. I ain't on no Asian shit. I don't give a fuck. You good. I'm fucking with you. What's up, Nadi? What's up with you? What you do? Peace and love.
Mike, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Mike.
You good? You good? Sister Makisha, you might have to redo and come back on because it won't let me allow you on. You gotta just say device needs not connected. So we trying to get on, pop on. Shout out to everybody in the chat. What's up, Rasta Nadi, man? What you got going on, big bro?
I tell you, man, just cooling out. What's going on?
I don't know if you just turned on a new filter. That was a crazy filter you just put on that.
Yes, I King. Yes, I. Yes, I. Yes, I. Salute,
Salute,
salute.
salute. Yeah, let's get it in, man. How y'all feeling this grand rising, this blissful Wednesday? How y'all feeling?
It's alright. It's a little chilly, but
Yeah, it's super chilly though. For sure, sure.
fuck it. I don't know what the fuck Bill Gates doing, but can't wait for that summer.
Yeah, I'm trying to go somewhere hot tomorrow. I'm going somewhere where it's gonna be quite warm.
I'm hating on you.
Root words, come on the panel, man. You dropping a lot of keyboarding. Your Twitter finger. Get on here and verbally get it. You know I give everybody their respect. Naughty, what's going on with it, big bro? Everything good with you?
Yeah, yeah. I just enjoying the little bill you have on today right now. What your
I
name, bro?
appreciate it.
What's the elder name? That's Ron.
Huh?
Ron.
Come on.
Yeah. That's Ryan March, Ryan OG March. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yes, I big up the OG and the elder to to come give the people them a sight. I've been chanting for the last 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. You
Right.
know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
It's been about 5 for me. Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
On Mark.
I just sit back and wanna expound on some of the things the man them say. Oh, oh.
Right. We're gonna get into some controversy here in a minute. You know
Mm-hmm.
me, man. I always got some shit put in the tuck. I just like to keep it real with the shit. So we're gonna get into it. But yeah, man, I just
That's
wanna
why
see who else wanna
I,
come on and build.
It would be nice
that's
to
why I
have a
fuck with you,
sister up
OG.
here to have a sister
You said a sister song?
sound, her sound. Let we hear from a sister. If a sister
Oh,
want to come up
She
and
she trained
yeah,
represent
we
the,
usually, I think usually every open panel, I usually have one or two of the sisters always come on here for the last week
nah
or
for real. The
two. I
Empress
think,
been on though. They
yeah,
been
they
on,
they
but
come
they
on
been
heavy,
on every
man.
week.
But sometimes I keep them put in a side when it be like intention, like debate, like uh vibes going on, just to keep shit separate. But yeah, man, the sisters come on and really get it in for shit show.
They been holding
Yeah,
it down
they do.
strong for the last 2 weeks.
I I I enjoy the sister vibe. Um,
Sister
the
Soul.
one that be, um, I enjoy Sister Soul too. Yeah, yeah. But
Hope
the next sister I can kind of transverse with without any disagreements. We can kind of get on a bill and it don't be any fire. She don't seem like she get too compassionate and she literature or she speech. It's the one that do the readings.
I don't know who that is. It might be T. Christopher or something like that.
No, no. She was on the other night with the other sisters, man. With Empress, um, Hobart and Empress, um, Sunil, Chief the Sunil and Neville,
I think I
Queen
know what she
Neville.
talking about. I mean, he talking about. I think I know what he talking about. The sister that's like that. Damn. She sound young, right?
No, no man. She have a
Was she
she
on
have a
yesterday?
she have a sound where she can represent the sister them and get her point across without the emotional part.
Without the.
So
Was she on
it won't.
yesterday? Huh?
I'm not sure. She was on Truth at a time. She was on Truth doing some readings. I forget the sister name.
I'm trying to think. Shit.
I forget. But she has a good sound and she do represent the sister. She has the same sound as the Empress name, the same push forward, but she just eloquent with she wordplay. You know what I'm saying? And she rather get the another individual caught up in wordplay on feelings than her herself. She know how to manipulate the mic. I like the way she manipulates the mic. I can't remember her name though. But let me talk about this more thing, cause I haven't been on the panel or haven't been watching any lives, and I've been extra busy, man. Forgive me, my people. I haven't let go. I just been out here trying to do good works, you know. But I have been catching little bits and pieces and thing, and I's nobody. I's the same as one of you in the chat, and you on the panel. I's the same. I ain't no bigger. I'm not no movie star or none of that. I's the same. I just give my sound, so you can
Respect.
accept it or not accept it, you know. But there's more talk about the separation, man.
That shit is in the way, Naughty.
Yeah, it's in the way. It's in the way. And what's really in the way is all title. And I don't know why we can't grasp this aspect, because like I say, I've been on this platform for 2 years now, going in on the title thing, and we still in the representation of entitlement. And if we do the researches on the title, it'll really make both sides look like I just want to represent me as the living, because any title that they have on paper is dead. So let me go to the first start. They are going on the term Indian and Native American and the Indian whole aspect of that here in Americas. These are
Hey, Big
yeah.
Brother Naughty, yeah, I want you
Uh-huh.
to go. I want you to go in on that, and as you go in on that, make sure you give them somewhere they can go look this up, so they can keep this in their archive and stash as well. So let's get
Let
it.
me right. Let me tell him to do a simple search on ancient Americans and Moors, and it's gonna take you back over 100,000 years that Moors and the indigenous of this land cooperated and collaborated in trade throughout the whole world over 100,000 years. I look. I on my local car now. I don't have no paperwork. But anyone want to go and hold a debate with Nati? I set it up. You set it up. We put a little cash on the thing and give me a week, and I have everything to bust your head to take your money. And I ain't gonna
Let's
take your
get
money.
it.
I ain't
Who
give
want
your
that
money to
smoke?
somebody.
Who want?
Huh?
Yeah. Let's get it. Who want that smoke with Naughty? He say he'll debate anybody on the
Uh,
term indigenous. What you say?
any
Say it again.
subject.
On
Any
any subject,
subject.
nigga, any subject, nigga. We got Rasta Naughty stepping out, Big Al Power stepping back, man. The OG undefeated, man. We're gonna let Naughty get on that ass in 2021, but it's still peace, love, light, and unity, though. Okay, I just want to make that clear. It's still peace,
Yes,
love,
I.
light, and unity. It's all information driven. Steel sharpening steel. If your steel sharpening, my steel sharpening, that means we cutting motherfuckers' heads off together. You understand me? So that's how we gonna do this. So anybody want to take that challenge? The link is in the chat. We can come on, get some topics going and set this shit up for this week or next week and really set it up. So let's
Let's
go.
get it.
Yep. Bring it on. So so um you have the Indian, the whole origination of this word coming from Siberian people, from Siberia, the old ancient um um Orthodox of Catholic rule, which they embedded and manipulated, took it out of their prisons and put in this land to captivate the land in the indigenous site. This is what my brother Truth was speaking on to you guys. If you catch any of his thing, that you had things coming from the west, north, south, and east trying to come
Let
into
me,
this land and conquer
hey,
this
brother,
land.
brother Charles. I understand that's a good question, but for those that's been in many debates and been a part of debates, just viewing the debates, more information comes out that pertains to one particular subject, and the definitive information stands out as the victor, right? So that means it distinguishes bullshit from pseudo, pseudo
Yeah,
from real, accurate to non-actor, fact and fiction. That's what it's doing. Debates in the right manner are done are supposed to be
It's
done, and a
dialogue.
lot of information is supposed to come out. So these are the reasons for debates. We're not in a hate, and we're not trying to get away, but there's too much conception and split understanding of information. If somebody has different understandings, and one saying one thing and one saying another thing, it should be put on the table, and the viewers should be able to decide off of it based off of the empirical data, primary research, and other things that come together throughout that particular discourse. Okay.
Facts.
True,
I feel
true,
like the
true.
health. I feel like debates are healthy when niggas not on that beef shit. You know what I'm saying? Because like you pretty much
Hey,
said, niggas learn from each other. So if we
right.
debating on here, we can't all be in front of each other's face. But if we debating and it's healthy, then we learn. We should be learn. You should be one to learn. You should be learning from that shit. That's what
Hey,
that's
the
what I feel
sister,
like AP saying.
But
brilliant.
do you feel me, brother Charles Johnson? Do you feel me? Do you understand where I'm coming from with it? Where we coming
Hey,
from with it?
the sister name is She That Walks Through the Mist.
I don't
Big,
I
big
don't
up
remember her
Omega.
coming on.
Big up Omega. He put it. He remind me of the woman, the Empress name, the Queen name.
I
She
appreciate
That
that. Shout
Walks
out to the
Through the
sister.
Mist.
Shout out to the
Yeah, that's
sister.
she name. Big up to her.
Naga
So,
influence, peace, peace to everybody in the chat that's just tuning in. We got 245 in here. I appreciate it for everybody. Go hit the like button and support the channel. The link is in the chat if anybody want to come on and boogie. Nadi's right
mm-hmm.
here.
All
He
right,
put himself out. He put himself out there and said if anybody want to
That smoke. I got gas for their fire. Come with it. Hey, so let me carry on. This way you gotta get your first entertainment on the word Indian and how Indian have anything to do with America. The Siberian man, the Native American. That's who you're looking at, Siberian man. All right. So check it. Now, if you want to go and tie in where the corruption come in with the Moor identity, it comes into your first king, King Darius of Persia. The King Darius of Persia, the first Babylon. What's that what they saying? Where all and every was invited into the land. And as they was invited into the land, they was incorporated under a Moorish site, which now this is the following of all lands here in America, the New Babylon, which allows all and any in with any identity. And as this appointing allows other countries to come into this land, it has to take on an identity of citizenship, maritime. That's why you're seeing every country has a flag. Any flag you see is a maritime flag. Everyone is called acquiescence consent. All right. I just learned that true word. Give thanks to my brethren Bond Free to give me the site on it because I thought it was acquiescence, but it's acquiescence with an A. Go and read up on it and know what's going on. So if by you not standing up and saying who you are as a living being, fuck a title, because again, a title is brought in under some type of form of formality under a legalese site. So you still embedded. You jumping out of the pot into the pan, or out of the pan into the fire. So how you want to burn? I don't care what information any man that want to contest what I telling him come up with. I gotta show you something that gonna bust your head on that little
listen.
18,
I just want to
1700 time.
reiterate. Nadi said he's stepping out. Who want to smoke with Nadi? Any challengers, any subject, any topic. He's not even being stingy. He gonna let you choose, huh? You can't have it no better. Let's get it. And y'all know how we do debates over here on my channel. We pick two nice moderators that's highly informed on the information. You understand me? We have time limits, and it's dope. It's dope as hell. It's dope as hell. So
No,
who want that smoke? I guess Root Word's quiet. Al
if
Nah,
you're
Young.
a
he
I
scratching his
figure
citizen,
ear.
Al Young.
He
I
scratching
figure
his ear.
Al Young would have popped on. I
hey,
don't
hey,
see
check
not a
it, check it.
coincidence he disappeared.
Hey, check it. If by accident, if you're a citizen, right, and you never contest your site, you are a Moor, but just a Moor. You don't have a title of Bay or uh, L or none of that. When you go and take a listen to me, people, Moor, everything about Moor period, has to do with commerce. If you're fucking born with a birth paper, you are a Moor because you're under commerce. Until you take identity of your self-estate, this is when you become victor or held in title of that estate, where you become the overseer of that. The whole concept is a Moor is an officer of the court. For you to be able to go get a birth certificate, for you to have a social security card, you're an officer of the courts. You're a government, a federal agent. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You can come with whatever you want to come with, whatever paperwork you want to come with. I am burn you down. I'm gonna burn all your house down. I stand on my own 10 toes, and this is how you belong standing. I don't fall under no banner, no flag, unless I want to, unless I choose to. If it benefited me and my business at that time, yes, I'm a walk in this at this time. But when I want to take off that suit and tie, I don't have to no more. He's a natural man, living man, and no one can contest on that. So I don't know. I don't think the people really grasp what the elder just come on the mic and say. I don't think all these title holders and want to fight and war with each other over a title that they endeared. They didn't create. Someone else created, but yet they want to claim it. You might as well be a Christian or Muslim or Jesus fanatic or Islam fanatic or Krishna fanatic or Buddha fanatic. You might as well keep praising something else because that's what you're doing. Why you can't understand that? Why we can't get that through we thick ass skull as a people? It don't matter. You got white people dying, you got black people dying, you got Indian people, you got white Chinaman jumper, you have all these people dying. Go look at the statistics of this new vaccine they come out with, how many people dying. My brethren just put me onto this thing, and hundreds and hundreds of thousands.
That's crazy.
It don't matter what color you is. If you're a product of their system, you're gonna take on this fucking shit because of your mentality.
Fuck, man.
Me don't care if you Moor. Me don't care if you Indian. I don't care if you president of the United States himself. Go and take a test. If you're under their system, you're gonna perish for their ways. Why we can't get that through we head? Let it go. I let go of that thing. Let go. What? Somebody want to debate me? Come put up some money. I need some money. I got some bills to pay. I got people to pay off. Come put up some money so I can win this money really fast.
Now they challenging you niggas.
All that talk about, oh, Nazi, you say you're a foreigner. I am a foreigner to the U.S. of A. I am a foreigner to their government. I am a foreigner to any government, bro. Because I'm natural. The tree that grew up out of the ground is foreign to any government. Because it's natural. Ain't no government create that. It don't need no government to represent itself and to back itself up. I go and incorporate myself. Anyone want to do something to me? I'm gonna take you to court. I'm gonna put a lien on you. Put a lien on the state you claiming to be, the government you claiming to be, have representing you. I'm gonna put a lien on all of you, and I'm gonna get paid off all of you. You think it's a game? You think it's a game? You need backup. You need the U.S. Army. I got the court system all the way around the world to come get me.
Why you got the court, Nadi? Because who court is it?
It's mine.
Facts.
Not yours. Not yours. Not yours. Not we the people. Not none of that bullshit. Court. That's bullshit. It's my court.
My shit.
The fuck? Oh, we don't want no paperwork. We don't want to do no paper. Well, keep going under the. Keep being under the acquiescence.
You supposed to came in like white man can't jump, bro. You came in too strong. Nobody wanted to debate.
I gotta show my muscles. I'm a little man. You know.
Yeah, you showed your muscles. You supposed to come in like Steve Urkel, throwing. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to.
No. Hey, that's just. I just spit it from the top of the dome. If they want to do a debate, I can go and pull paperwork on them. If they want, that's money talk. That's money talk. Right now, it's just free speech. You know what I'm saying? I can say what the fuck I want to say.
We might got a challenger.
I tired of this fighting.
We might got a challenger.
Ain't one been in the community. How long A1 been in the community teaching people, showing people
At
his
least
love and
five,
his
six, at least 5 years. At least
man, he
5,
really been out there giving his heart and his
6.
spirit and his sweat and his love to people. But someone wanna go and say they wanna separate from the man because of who he what suit he would choose to wear at a certain time.
Listen, listen.
That's
Motherfuckers say
crazy.
what they want to. A lot of people is sack routed, and I mean that in the most respectable way. A lot of you guys came through a lot of these platforms that wouldn't have the ideologies and the outlook without Big Bro A1. But listen, we got a challenger coming up, so we're gonna take this 30-second break. Make sure y'all hit this like button. We about to take it up a gear. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. We got root words in the building. Let's go. How you doing, brother Root Words?
What's going on with your big eye power? What's going on, Naughty? What's going on, Dawood Islam, brother?
Big
Now
up,
you know
big
you
up,
caught
big.
yourself in something, Naughty. Naughty?
I hear you loud and clear. Big up yourself. What's going on? I hear you. Talk.
Nah, just when you say that you took control of your life. What you mean you took control of your shit?
Islam root.
What I mean, I took control of my shit.
Yeah.
We done gone through this enough times where you want the people just to catch a glimpse of what's going on. I incorporated the name that
Okay,
they
there you
have.
go. That's how far you gotta
Hold
go.
on.
So
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
now go ahead, brother. My fault, my fault.
Oh. I incorporated the name, made more names, incorporated those names also. So at any time I got a suit to put on. Any more questions?
Yeah, so when you wasn't in them names, you couldn't summons the court, could you? But when you get them names, you summons the court, correct?
Well, the court is only dealing corporations, so you got to be in a corporation to deal with corporation. Business deal with business.
Okay, so what are you the agent of? What are you the officer of?
Of my own government.
So what is a more definition? Ooh, that was a counter. I digress.
What is a more definition? Depending on who you asking. You asking what
You
my
just said it
site
was an
on the
officer. You just said it was an officer that summons the
But
courts.
hold up. Listen. I again ask you whose site you seeing. You seeing on my site? You seeing on a legalese site? You seeing on Root Word site? Or you seeing on some Moorish American or some Moorish Moroccan site? It's different sites. People take different definition. What definition would you like me to choose from? Mic check 3 2 1. Mic check 3 2 1.
Root Words. That was for you, big bro. That question is for you, big bro. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yo, root.
Ain't no such thing as halfway crook.
Well, I'm gonna try to help him a little bit.
He
Since he's
might got a little
referring,
mic. He might got a little mic. He might
Man,
got a
just
little
ask me the
mic
question again. I
situation.
really
I
didn't
give
hear
him
you,
the
brother.
benefit
I
of the
really didn't hear you.
doubt. Okay. Repeat the question for him, I guess.
okay, so which definition would you like a translation from? There's many different outlets. So if you're speaking on court, are you speaking on legalese definition of more? Would you like that?
I'm just rewinding your conversation when you said, "Oh, Moore is officer in the court," and so I just broke down that you're a Moor, an officer that can summons the law in court. That's what you
Okay,
said. I'm
okay,
just showing you that
okay,
you're a Moor
okay,
by
Ru.
definition.
Hear what I'm gonna tell you again, Ru. You're gonna be a Moor, all right, if you entrapped under commerce
Oh
without your
shit.
standing. Just a Moor, nothing else. Not a L, not a B, not none of no clan. The clan that Moor falls up under is under the ship of a citizen. Outlook, citizenship. For you to do commerce in their society, in their site of legalese format, you have to be an officer of the court, which is a Moor. So for you to
Uh
go and acquire certain documents and use certain avenues,
let's go.
as in rights that can be stripped or given, certain type of grants and things that's given privilege to a citizen slash more, you can go and access your birth certificate, officer of the court, and access your social security card, which is an officer of the feds. No,
Hey,
as if, yeah,
my bad. I was making sure. Sound like it's a little feedback. Maybe it's me, but go ahead. Go ahead. My bad. I'm about to guy. We got another person about to come in. So we gonna unlock this new character that's coming up in here to the battle here in just a second. So I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and continue what you were saying, brother. Now.
yeah, I take the baby steps because it seemed like there's a bunch of confusion just
I
going
think
on.
you running around and you won't explain what I was just telling you, brother. You just
Okay.
said that Moor is an officer of the court. Oh,
Well
my
before
fault.
well now before you finish, now you good, big bro. I was gonna let you go ahead and get it in. I was gonna let y'all go ahead and get it in real quick for about 2 seconds, and I'm gonna let the new guest on.
Mike check.
Yeah, fat boy, I hear you.
All right, we back. We back. Let's take a quick 30-second break, man. Let's bring the new guest on. New character unlocked. We got Sister Betty on here right now. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Yes, I Society. What's going on? Dress up. Okay.
Sister Betty, new character unlocked, y'all. Y'all supposed to turn up in the chat with the fire emojis. Sister Betty in the building. You got the flow.
I see Sister Betty here. Root words is a lot you can learn. It's a lot of people can learn, but you gotta let go where you think you know to be able to learn something.
Everybody mute themselves so Sister Betty can have the flow, y'all. Let's get it. Her mic is probably muted or something. Her mic ain't working. What's going on, Sister Betty? You there? Fuck it. Now you can go ahead and continue, big bro.
Damn, this goddamn mic and me. I'm
Oh,
so
hold on.
sorry. There we go
All
with the
right.
damn mic again.
We
Naughty. I know. I know your paperwork. You're one of the people who does the accurate paperwork, and you do it right. Can you just confirm with the audience that you don't have to say you're African or any other race to get your paperwork nationalized. Isn't that right? And that's all I have. I don't have nothing else to say. And I'm gonna leave off the panel because that's all I have. I'm at work. That's all. Thank you, Nadi.
Yes, ma'am. Give thanks and praise for your presence,
Shout
Sister
out to
Betty.
Sister Bethy, man, for the power question. She came on, unleashed power, new character unleashed. Came with the question. So go ahead and answer that for the people.
Yeah, I don't. This everything you hear on this platform is for entertainment purposes only. But if you wasn't born in Africa, how you contest this? I mean, how you acquiring or what's the word? Holding fact that that's what happened on the date that you supposedly been born. How you holding that up to be true? On the time, how you know that to be true? None of that is true to you. You can't hold that to a fact. All you going on is something someone else already have in document and have a record behind or what the fuck they want to say it is. So you're gonna fall in order under that acquiescent consent because you don't stand against it. So it don't matter if you claim to be an African or if you claim to be born on January 28th, you still falling under their shit. Can we understand each other? Any, is that foreign language to someone ears? Can we understand that? What the fuck? I gotta make it simple, you know.
Uh, hey, that's real
Yeah.
though. Hey, real words. I'm gonna let you respond to that. But we gotta take a quick 30-second break because we only got 200 likes and it's 245 people in here, and we're gonna come back with the new character unleashed. New character unleashed. Big bro, nonetheless, in the building. Let's
Yeah.
get it.
Yo, what's up? What's up with the gods, yo? You know what I mean? What's up,
Yo, yo.
everybody, yo? Peace to the God.
Another fire starter. What's going
Hey,
on now?
hey, yo,
Yeah.
Noddy. Yo,
Yeah.
Dottie breaking it down, yo. You know what I mean? Because yo, he acting, yo, you gotta be a one-man army out this motherfucker, yo. Know what I'm
No.
saying? And look, people don't understand that these entities are powerful. The entities that you create and you control are powerful. So you don't have to worry about these titles because we can change our title to anything. If you fall underneath let me say this slowly so people can understand. Don't matter what you own, what's in your name. If you are under their authority or you have any insular possessions or you have any minimal contact with the United States, you fall in their jurisdiction, period. So if you got a bunch of people that's members of your shit and they attached to you, Nadi said he can put a lien on them. Why? Because they are a part of the foreign entity that's getting fucking benefits and privileges through a social security number and a birth certificate. If you don't control it, if you don't have any controlling documents, and those controlling documents clearly states that you, as the executor or the fucking the master, pretty much you the master of your own destiny. If you don't have anything saying that they are immune from prosecution and you are the trustee and you hire an officer and you can be the officer, but guess what? You have rules in your either your security agreement or your trust documents in your bylaws that state that you are the authorized representative of all the entities that's was formerly controlled by the United States government, and you firing them as the trustees and you are the trustee, then you're fucked. Period. It don't matter what you say you are. You got this, you got that. It don't matter. They know when they have jurisdiction, and they're not going to relinquish jurisdiction if they capture it. If they capture it, it's like you gotta understand.
They want you to stay ignorant. It's hard once they get you. It's hard to get out.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Hey, one thing I want to say. I want to say my hat has always been off to Sister Betty for what she's done. I, I don't know how she went about. I can't say the route she went about, but the idea. Someone put in the chat since she didn't register with the U.S. Is she legally boom boom boom? She don't need to register with nobody. Just notify who the fuck she is and what she doing, and it stands. Look,
Right.
you create governments, bro. Remember, they talking about we the people. Who is we the people on that
Who is
fucking
the
paper?
people? Who is
You can sign this John Quincy Adams,
but listen,
fucking. It's
most
huh?
people, most people, you listen, ain't people. They a person. And that's what fucks them up. We're gonna take a quick 30-second
Yeah.
break and we're gonna unleash the new character. New character unleashed. Yeah, new character unleashed. Shout out to the sister soul in the building. We locked in. Let's get it.
Great day to you, brother. Great day to all you gentlemen on the panel today.
Peace, sis.
Big up, big up. Brr, brr, brr. Next fire
Y-
starter.
Yes, Nati. Yes, guys, I just wanted to really ask a couple of questions real quick. I was on the bill after I got off your show the other day, AP, with the gentleman, I think it's Real Rap, Chief Real Rap.
Yeah,
And I was,
that may be the
yes,
brother.
sir.
Yeah.
Yes, and he helped me a lot with some of this stuff because a lot of times you don't get to ask questions if you're not clear on certain information. Obviously, if you're new to the indigenous platforms or whatever the case may be. So when it comes to that, I was asking him like, why is it that like you guys I hear a lot on the different platforms, brother, with what's been going on. A lot of this stuff is information that we kind of understand. Maybe we don't have all the clarity on it, obviously, because there's so many lies and confusion stuff hidden and spells and this and that. But in a sense of it, when we hear about like getting yourself nationalized and all these different things, I hear everybody talking about these things, but we never really get what do you do? How do you do this? It sounds simple, it sounds easy. It's like, oh, don't get yourself nationalized with the Moors because this and that. Oh, you need to do this, this and that. Get your paperwork here, paper. What paperwork? I mean, what paperwork are we talking about? What are the beginning stages of doing something like this? Because I know I'm indigenous to this land, but I've never even thought of pursuing it in this way until I've listened to you guys on these panels, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is really a big thing. I look at it on a spiritual aspect, as you know, brother, how good at it. But when understanding it more from the way you guys look at it, it still is the same thing. So I am very intrigued, but I hear a lot of this information regurgitated. Get your paperwork, do this, do that, and it's like, what paperwork? Where do you go get it? What do you look it up? Do you, what do you do? What are the stages? Why don't we hear information from you guys as far as, hey, why
Perfect.
don't you guys do this, and that?
Hey, that's a perfect question. And you on the panel with some of the gods when it comes to this. That's why I said new characters unlocked. I got nonetheless Rasta Nadi. These will be the perfect people to answer your questions. Before we get into that, I'm gonna allow root words to do so. Hey, Dewey, bro, you gonna have to come back, bro. Your mic is fucking up, bro. You sound like a robot. Sound like J300, bro. J14. Remember that little robot? We can't hear you, bro. Your mic fucking up. You might want to come off and come back on. But yeah, go ahead and ask that question one more time, so the brother Rasta Nadi and nonetheless can get to that for you guys. But before you ask that question, sister, I want to say shout out to loyaldetermined.com for the Cash App donation. She said for the lecture, and Cha Alpha for his Cash App donation. He said, "See the ass boy." Yeah, yeah, we got you. I got you. Appreciate the Cash App donation, man. Let's continue. Go ahead, sister.
Yes, Nadi, and anyone else that can elaborate, guys. Is there any simplified information you guys can I guess just go over real quick, briefly. Of course, we talk about a lot of different things, but just to briefly sum is what type of things would a person do to actually start looking into getting their paper? What's their first steps? Maybe give a brief 3-step summary where they can start and then do the research on the rest themselves, or just something, because I hear a lot of this stuff, but it's like I don't understand what they're talking about when it comes to the paperwork. So I'm sorry, brother.
Is America a country or is America to you? So sister, is America a country or is it a corporation?
It's definitely a corporation, brother, and I'm definitely aware of all of that. But I don't understand as far as like when you guys are talking about get paperwork to get yourself nationalized, get paperwork to separate yourself from the corporation, get paperwork to do this. I hear this all the time, and y'all talk about it like it's just like, oh, let me look on Google and do a search to get my paperwork and nationalize myself. We can't do that. So I'm just like, what are we actually doing? What can we do? Give us some simplified information, at least for a person to even research, because to be honest, I'm a researcher. If any of you guys know me, where I do research, but when it comes to this stuff, I'm not familiar with it. So obviously, I have no incline to know where to start, what to do. What you know what I'm saying? These are the type of things that we aren't privy to. So we should be hearing this from you guys, so y'all can help us to know what to do, so we can all be on board. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean.
Yeah. Mic check. 2 3.
I just want to ask, can people agree that this is a corporation? So like we can mentally get on that everything America do is lightweight dealing
Yo,
with
let me explain something real quick.
Root words, mute yourself. You got a bad feedback, bro. Mute yourself. You got maybe you can fix your feedback or some way. But yeah, let's get it.
Let me explain something real quick. The all caps name is a corporation, right? The first thing that you can do, right, is establish and make it apparent that all caps name is a corporation, right? You can go to IRS, take you 5 minutes, get an EIN number set up in your all caps name. The IRS manual, employee manual, will explain to you that it's an entity. You can get that all caps entity in an estate. You can get a trust in that entity's name. Now you have it established that entity is a corporation. The all caps name is the United States, period. Okay, then you can put a lien on it. Okay, you can lien that corporation. You can lien the driver's license number. You can put a lien on all the possessions, the birth certificate number, the front and back of your social security number has numbers on it. You can put a lien on all of those and make sure, and that way, when you go to court, because that's not your name, they send you court summons. You can establish it. You can close the social security number. Now they tell you the Social Security Administration will tell you that just don't use it anymore. But you got to have evidence that you communicated with them that you want to close that Social Security account, and you're using EIN numbers. Close your bank account numbers and all of those in that Social Security account, and use the EINs, because you want to operate as a business. You don't want to use the Social Security number. I'm listening to these court cases, and the motherfuckers are using their shit. That's why they're getting hemmed up. You know what I'm saying? And they have no evidence that they closed these accounts, or they leaned them, and they're acting in a trustee capacity. They have no security agreement on the record. You know what I mean? In the public domain, whether you use the UCC 1 or whatever you use. If you want to amend it, you use a UCC 3. Then you have to claim the instrument. Is ways that you establish that you know the game. You know that this whole system is operating through a corporation, and free yourself and fire them as the trustees and make you the executive. That's what you do. The IRS tells you everything. All you got to do is read the IRS manual, read the UCC laws. It tells you everything. It's not etched in stone. It's no cookie cutter method. You want to establish that they're faking the funk. That's it. We know y'all faking. We know y'all made us a corporation. That's what you first must do. And then define everything that you say it is. So if you say you're more, you define it. You don't use no fucking books to say what it is. You don't use no fucking books. That's hearsay evidence. You tell them what the culture is.
You tell them what your culture is. That's what you do. And you define it what it is. Not what somebody else say. Because you the God. Not nobody else. You feel me? That's what you do. Or if you got a nation,
Yes, brother. Just
you
to
define what
clarify
your
what
nation is.
Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
what you define it as. Once you
Okay.
establish that, now you're free.
Right, brother. Let me ask you this, if you don't mind. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, but you're saying a whole lot because, of course, it sounds simple to you, but to a person that doesn't really comprehend the level of the things you're talking about, let alone
Let,
the UCT or this,
Hey,
this,
can
and
I?
that.
let me explain. Let me
That's
explain
why
it.
I try to
Question
start
like
it
one
off
time.
from America, though. That's why I try to
Can,
start
can,
it off from. Did she understand what a corporation was? And then I was gonna throw that Moorish shit in there because it's more simpler when you throw the Moorish nationality in there. So when I asked her was America a corporation or a country, she understood that it was a corporation. We all understand that. Now, a corporation and nationality starts at birth with the birth certificate, where Nadi and None was talking about. Do you understand that far right there? That when you had a
What he just
child,
said. Mhm.
when you had a child, you signed a birth certificate,
Yes.
and that took away your habeas corpus. They now have the body. It made you civil. It made the child civilly dead, civility mortuus. And the only way to get that back is docking your ship, your vessel, to a better
Mhm.
machine, to a better dock, or you're going to be black colored and all these things. And that's just the beginning principles of it, is understanding that it all starts at nationality, all
Right.
of it, to
Right.
this
And what
corporation.
you just said, it starts at nationality. Listen, I understand all that, but I know how they use the birth certificate. I teach about that with and the Social Security. I know how they started it, why they started. That was part of taking over the land. I understand all that, brother. What I'm saying to you, right? At this point in time, even though I know all that, right, and other stuff with the spirit, how they've taken over the land with this shit, use the Bible against us, even though it's our book. Everybody think it's not our book. Just all of that, I ain't gonna even get into. But the whole thing, sweetheart, is how do you start the process? The gentleman just explained a lot. And I just want to ask him real quick on that, just to verify what I thought he was saying. So in what you said as far as the docking, and I understand that because the ship and the docking, all this has to do with the birthing and stuff. But when it comes to what he said and what you're saying at the same time, are you saying, brother, once you get the EIN, as far as like what Rude is saying with the docking thing, that takes you out of that port with them because you now have the EIN, not the social that they subscribe to be listed up under. At that point in time, you're saying to you're taking everything out of their control where it comes to us falling up under the corporation part of it. So now, once I've got my EIN, I'm automatically come up under your corporation. I'm my own corporation. I'm taking control of this corporation or this business, doing a swift takeover or whatever they want to say. And then when I do this, I can now say, okay, I don't want this social. I don't want this driver's license. I don't want this birth certificate. What I'm doing is putting a lien on the corporation. So anything that has been entitled under those particular documents, I'm now casting and saying, no, that's not me. That's actually a corporation because that's fictitious and I'm real. Now my EIN makes me real. So and so far, brother, is that kind of right? Is what you're saying? I just want to be clear on this, sweetheart. If
It
I'm making
makes
sense.
you an entity within this system. With this
Yeah, what
system being the corporation, you ain't even visible unless you're a corporate, unless you're a corporate, unless you're
yeah, let me
LLC. But go ahead, brother. No, I want to shout out to
yo,
the brother Sean Yasharel for his cash out donation. Shout
yo,
out to the
appreciate it.
brother
Yo,
Sean.
let me put it to you like this. Damn, I hear a lot of
And then you
feedback.
got to get a will and trust.
No, what I look, hold on, Root. Let me show y'all something. Okay. What you can do first is make
Hey,
some notes,
Rue,
right?
get off and come back. You got bad feedback. I want you to be able to get in and interject, but get off and come back. You got bad
Here,
feedback.
here's something. I'm gonna start like this, right? Go home, right? Write down on a piece of paper. Just go around your house and just think about everything. Write down everything, every number, put it on a piece of paper and see all these numbers that's attached to the United States, right? Now, when you switch to the EIN, that's showing that you are operating as a trustee. That's what it's showing because everything operates through trust, a constructive trust. You're showing that you're making an effort, that you're operating as the minute taker for the trust. You're actually doing your fiduciary duties. You're showing that, look, I'm not just sending off a social security number. I'm actually making my own. I'm communicating that, look, I'm trying to do business with you, but I'm doing it myself. You see what I'm saying? So by you making the effort to get an EIN in place of the social security number, that's showing that you are acting as a trustee. You see what I'm saying? Instead of just writing down a social security number when you're doing out a credit application and just sending it off, because that's the one that's attached to your birth certificate. But when you switch it, you're showing effort. You're actually using your energy to make a new entity for yourself, and you have to be compensated for that. Now, the lien is all about all these criminal actions that they do. They putting a lien on you. You're trying to establish yourself as the top lien position over their over the United States, because every time you get locked up, they're putting a lien. When you send you those court papers, that's actually an international bill of exchange, and they're putting a lien on you. So everything is codified, and so when you get fines, court cases, and all that stuff, guess who get paid? The court system gets paid. They're getting paid as trustees. The judge getting paid. But when you're in a higher lien position, now you can offset any court cases, any docket sheet when they when you go and look at the docket sheet, you are establishing yourself as the creditor for the case. That's why Wanati said he's the court, because he's the creditor. Creditors don't lose in no way, shape, or form. So anybody out there that's showing court cases, that's because they was debtors. They didn't establish themselves as creditors on this land. Anytime you're a debtor, you're going to lose. You're a slave. You see what I'm saying? So now the bottom line is you're acting as, you got all these hats on. You're the executive. You're the trustee, the grantor, not the grantee, the grantor. You are everything. You're the beneficiary and the trustee, the beneficiary, all that, until you get more sophisticated with it and learn how to administer these trusts. Because setting up a trust is easy. The administration of it is difficult. You have to learn that, and then you start putting people in place in your family, your friends, whatever. You see what I'm saying? But you want to make an effort to prove that this is a fucking corporation and you're acting as the CEO, the CFO, and all these things, and fire them as the trustee. You see what I'm saying? Now, if you want to make them the trustee and make them, and you have a bylaws on the record, and you make them the trustee, now they have to do what you say according to your bylaws on the record. So you can put these things in a county court, mail them off, get your certificate, when you send off your certified mail, and when you get that ticket back, now you have proof that they have you communicated with them. You see what I'm saying? But if you just don't do nothing, you have no proof.
Brother, what certified letter? You said send off the
No,
certified letter.
certified mail. When you send stuff certified mail, you have proof that you mailed it. You see what I'm saying? You can get it notarized. That way you have proof that you have witnesses. All it is a witness. You don't even have to have a notary, but as long as you have the witnesses. You need 3 witnesses. That's the rule. The number 3 rule. You need 3 witnesses. And as long as you have witnesses saying that you told them who you are and that how you're operating in business, now you have proof of you communicate with them, that you put a lien on all these entities. Your name, the all caps name. So now they can't just do anything to you. You can put in there that look, if your officer pull me over, he's violating trust duties, because you are operating through actual trust, but you have to have proof. You have to communicate with them. You know what I mean? You got to give them notice. So you can't. So everything is about giving them notice, letting them know how you're operating. It's going to be a schedule of fees or whatever. You know what I mean? That's the principles behind what we're saying. Is that you have to prove that you're operating business and that you can handle your business. You're not a minor. You're acting in a major capacity.
Okay, big bro.
Hey, can y'all hear my phone? Can y'all hear my phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
All right. Yo, Empress.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, brother.
Yeah, it's not yet. Okay, so you have a site of becoming a nationalist to nationality that way by way of more or indigenous or them type of site. You have a way of um coming into as a um secondary entity which you can control and do business as or incorporate it as such. Then you have a third option. The option that I is similar to what the brethren saying. Now, what the brethren giving you is for you to be able to still operate in certain fashion and still be able to be identified as such. All right. Far as dealing in the currency, um, employment, these such things. Right. So my style, I come by it a whole different site and way that's much simpler that you ain't got to go do all that um investment into study, if you understand what I'm saying. And I kind of feel this is what our people really truly need, because our people not invested in the maritime aspect of doing commerce. We're more land dwellers. We don't really invest in that time. So let me give you a scenario now. Again, notification is the must. Who you declare yourself to be is the must. So once you figure out those two things, right? That's the main goal of the whole pie. Now you can move in conjoinance. So what I say my process is way much simpler, because I'm not looking to own anything. I'm not looking to put anything in commerce or look to be in a business aspect. Everything I do is by donation, um, type of process, type of work I do in all aspects. So it don't tie me into commerce. And this is really what we people need. Not saying the brother words way is a wrong way. I mean, not saying the brethren, nonetheless, both of them are acute in profess in that lingo of that style of doing production. But what I telling my people is to see the whole picture and come away from it. Because any dabs of that at any point, as in Brother Rootward's point, or as in as Brother Rootward's falling up under the brother um um the prophet um Noble Drew Ali, all honors to the prophet. In his no fashion, um you'll fall up under it in none's also way, because you have a thing where if you're dealing in the system, you're gonna come falling under the objection of how that entity was even created. So to be a nationalist, you have to take on nationality from other states recognizing your nationality to be in a national format. You understand? This is what the Moor's identity is, right? So that still falls under the subjection of the two entities that nationalize you or recognize you. Vice versa, going again with Brother Nun's site, as in the maritime, doing it in the aspect of creating the entity to commit commerce, can also entrap you when you don't identify yourself separated from that commerce, separated from that entity by way of living. This is the first thing we need to do, is notify and declare your state of living. All
How do
that
you
other stuff,
notify, bro? How do you notify? How do you notify?
you create your
Yes.
declaration, your affidavit of truth. And then after you create that, you go and give it to the entities that's claiming to have jurisdiction. You are notify them that they don't have jurisdiction under
I'm
no
sorry, brother, not to
presumption.
interrupt you, Nadi. What do you mean
Yeah.
the entities, babe? Do you mean go and take once you get those documents together, you take them to the court? Who do you send them to? This is what I'm saying. I don't
Okay, so
understand.
the whole process of authentication, right? The whole reason of authentication is to show that that creation of that entity that was in representation is a dead entity that the state created. So they put in their authentication on it saying we created this. But you have all rights of it because you control it. So you just want to be a controller of the entity. You don't want to possess
How
or
do you control it? How do you control it?
okay, I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. You control the entity once you have those documents of authentication in your hand. Once you have it in your hand, you control it. Now you have to notify the people that
No,
thought
I'm not
they
trying to
had.
be an asshole. What is the authentication, bro? We're not trying to be assholes. Just take us through the steps of
Right.
controlling
What
it.
do you
Okay,
mean the documents of the identification? Now you said once you have those documents, once you have them from where and how would you acquire those documents? This is what I'm
okay,
saying. Y'all
so
think that they're small
okay,
details, but they're not, baby. I'm
okay,
sorry.
so um, okay, I've gone through this many amounts of time. So it's like, you get tired of saying the same thing over again. But I'm gonna say it once more, and I hope people ears are wide open. Go down, get your birth certificate from where you was born. Go to that state capital of whatever state you're born in. Go to the authentication department inside the state capital. Pay for an authentication for that birth certificate. That's the state giving the sound bite that we created this shit and it's a lie. It's not the person representing and standing in front of us. It's this paper. This is the entity that we created. This is the entity we stand behind, not the living being. And since the living being has the document in hand and in representation and can prove that they've been taking care of this entity since the creation of this entity, is their control. They have the most invested in the entity. So now, if you want to go and get a double authentication to have that three verification document, you send it to the Fed. Via you go down to the Washington D.C. or you can have it sent by way of logistics. They got carriers out there that can take it to the. I got the building name and address and everything. So you can get that. Yeah, mic check. 3, 2, 1. Mic check.
Yeah, go ahead. You hear you go ahead.
Yes, bro.
Oh, hold on. Let me put you back on phone
I just
call.
want to say they need to be dropping some cash apps, some likes and all that, brother. I ain't even want to interrupt this part, but the way these Naughty dropping gems, the way the brother before him gave the gems, I'm just saying, you already know I'm gonna hit you, bro. I'm just doing this right now. But yeah.
Let me say one thing though, like I like how you said that though, like the way I got taught Noble Drew Ali, because the way Naughty be saying, I don't know what the hell he be talking about them Moors, but the Moors I was taught by, like he said, you first, you know what I'm saying, you understand the birth certificate and you understand that's a piece of paper that's like a naked bailment, or it's a bailment, or just a contract. It's a contract, just okay, mother, and they put her as informant contract to the doctor, the doctors, the trustee, the trustor, you know what I'm saying, over that, and then they give it to the vital statistics, do all the contract work, put you in the newspaper. So that's what they do. So what Timothy Drew, Noble Drew Ali taught me is when you get that name, copyright it. When you copyright it on the state level and the federal level, like Nadi say, now you control that name. I didn't know it was no other way to control your name, but like say if my name is Root Words, I'd have to get a fictitious name or a DBA called Root Words. Then I would control it on that level, but then I would go to a newspaper. And then when I go to a newspaper, I'll tell the newspaper that I want to put this in here for 30 days and publish this name. And if anybody got a problem with it, you know what I'm saying, it's what it is. You know what I'm saying, 30 days, blah, 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 blah. So after that 30 days, this is what I did wrong. I did not do my mother given name. I made up a fictitious name because I wasn't all the way in my science, and I got a fictitious name. And then after I went to the newspaper, I got that authorized, and they gave me an authorization of publication. So now I'm understanding the Barack style, or just like I say, these brothers are further because they probably done took steps and did stuff in front of the law. So I'm not taking nothing away from what my brothers were saying. I'm just like, I just see after you get the author off the affidavit of publication, then you go get you a trust your will and testament. And your will and testament, which when you do, you'll take your fictitious name, your mother given name, and then you'll give power of attorney to your fictitious name. You know what I'm saying? Two steps
Okay.
that, you know what I'm saying? Hold on now. I'm just like, there's two steps there. It's a will and testament and your power of attorney. Because when you get a power of attorney to them, everything there. And I just think that them are the steps so when somebody say something against your name, you could defend that name. I digress though.
Because it's not in that particular you're saying you could defend that name because it's not in that particular caps anymore. And even if so, you'll say, well, I'm in authority of that now. No one else has authority but me because it's it's under me. Is that what you're saying, brother?
That's just my assumption because yes, that's it's like you're the author and then you put ity after it. You're the authority. Yes, and everything else that brother Noon the lesson Nadi was saying. Then I would fulfill all them wishes. I just think that that's the first step of just like when they say cease and consent. Now see Barack was doing that. Like how was he? I just think you got to be the authority. But that's just my opinion. I digress though.
But
I
okay, but
appreciate
hear what you're saying at the same time. And none of those steps involved you into being a nationalist to anything.
Yeah, when you put it
No,
through the post office. When you put it through the post office and you certified letter, that's the only thing that I left out. My fault. When you certify that will and trust and that goddamn it that will and trust and that damn I'd like I said, this is my opinion. Then when you go to the post office, and I think that's the first of the law. That certified mail, I think that's the first of that's law. But when you get that will and testament and that power of attorney through there, just my opinion. I think that's law right there. But I digress.
well, I know the post office is over the government, so you could be possibly right with that. But Nadi, please finish what you were saying. I know you got knocked out, brother. Elaborate, please.
yeah. So again, get this authentication, okay? And at no time do you want to represent yourself as the entity. You want to control it. Remember, the government is who controls and owns that entity. And it's a business already. You never established it as of yet. It's established under the government or the state site. Are we following each other so far?
Yes, brother.
Okay, so you're going to get an authentication saying that they created that, and anything that holds contest to it or is deaded into it is their responsibility. This is what the authentication is. Now you control it from here on thus forward. So now you want to go and set it up as a entity of its own that you control, taking it away from the government's entity because you got 9/10 of the law in your hand, the possession part. You got the title of the entity, which is the birth certificate, the creation of it, and you got the authentication that is accurate and correct and created by this entity in itself.
But what type of but when you say it's a certificate, you feel what I'm saying? It's a certificate. It's just a receipt that something did.
It's a receipt showing, or it's not a receipt. Let me take that back. It's
A certificate.
hold on, bro. Hold on. It's a pronouncement of location and of stock that's in process or that's off process. That's truly what it is. So no, they don't have any real life birth certificates. This is the live birth certificate. It's the real thing with your mom and dad ink real proper ink on it. That the original. No one has that. No one, especially after 2014. It's all on a microfilm, which is hearsay in any court of law because it can be fabricated.
Thank you,
So
Nadi.
what you want to do if they giving away something that's called birth certificate, don't give a fuck what it is. Long as they authenticate it, it's a fact. It's evidence of fact. They accept it as such. You
And
understand?
see, please don't think I'm going against you, Naughty. Please don't. Please don't. Just hear me out a little bit. I'm not going against you, bro. I promise I'm not.
Go ahead,
When
talk.
you what is a car? When you have a car title, what do they give you?
It's a receipt.
A certificate. I mean, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's a certificate.
Right.
You get what I'm
Okay.
saying? Like
But look,
the only thing that holds value on there is the agent and
the M
the vessel or the private property. There you go. That's the right word. Or the personal. That's all a certificate. I might be wrong. I just think that that's all the certificate
Okay,
is
look.
worth.
Okay, check this out. Okay, so a vehicle now, a vehicle has a MSO or slash MCO, manufacturing of origin. That's the real birth record for a vehicle. The state, whoever you purchase that vehicle or whoever purchased that vehicle at once upon a time in the beginning, that car lot turned that into the state. The state in turn gave you a title of receipt, which
You're
was
right. Now,
slash
stop right there. Now,
you
stop right there. Now, hold on, Nadia. You getting it right back. Now, when our mothers had a child, she gave them, they gave her the the title, and they kept the certificate of live birth.
the MSO, the
There
MSCO.
you go.
Okay,
Back
let
to
me
you, brother.
finish. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. There's no way once that MSO is given away, MCO given away to whomever is given away to, that person actually owns the property. So whatever receipt you're getting, whatever title you're getting, you're considered all rights as a owner, not the owner. All right. So for you to be in orchestration as a owner, you have to be an officer of the court. In turn, have a birth certificate slash social security card because the court is federal. For you to get a birth certificate, that's a federal document. You
Nadi,
have to
there's a
be a
birth
federal.
certificate, a car certificate. There might be a shoe certificate. I'm saying a certificate is what you said, what they give you. It's called a birth certificate, or it's called a car title, which is a certificate. They
Okay.
keep I think what you said, the MSTO, which is called a certificate of birth. So I'm not going against you unless you're about to throw your birth certificate inside of a trust or something. I think it's already authenticated through the MSO thing, just take it to a different word, which now will be called the certificate of
Okay.
live birth.
Well,
That's
allow
all
me
I'm
to
saying.
finish now. So when they give you a birth certificate, bro, the MSO is gone. No one has the MSO. They don't keep no paper records. They take a picture of it, call it microfilm,
I'm
set
asking
it
you
to the
one more
side.
time. Do they give us the birth certificate? It's called the birth certificate. But if you go in there and say, I don't want the birth certificate, I want the certificate of live birth, you're gonna get that same paper, but it's gonna be a little more authenticated. It's gonna be a little
Let me
more.
talk to you. Let me talk to you, bro. So they have a thing called short form and little forms, right? No one is gonna get the certificate of live birth. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. The original birth certificate with your mom and dad, John Hancock, on it no longer exists. Just like the MCO of the vehicle no longer exists. So right now it's in limbo. The state has control of it because they are ward over all entities that didn't have a claim to it. So whoever has a
Until they become a
partial,
what?
listen. Whoever
We're
has a
all
partial,
minorities, bro. We're all minorities. Like, see, you got to do this in sections, bro. When you say that the
let me
state
finish.
is got us as wards of the state because we're their children, brother, we're their minorities, and we can grab that shit back as the majority or as the adult, and that's what you do
See,
when you go through this shit, though.
I'm trying to teach you something, bro, but you're moving too fast. Let me get it in. Let me get it in. All
That's when
right.
you say get it in, though. If we like trying to go step through step, you can't talk for 20 minutes and we getting in step
Hey,
through
yo,
step,
hold
bro.
up,
Because I'm
root
showing
man,
that you wrong, bro.
root word, yo.
All
Can you
right,
shut
bro.
the
All right.
fuck up, yo? God damn.
Damn, why you cursing him out, sweetheart? We don't got to get rude. Let's keep the energy
All of
nice,
that,
even
bro.
though he's
I think
disagreeing.
that's too much.
Because yo, he talking like he know what the fuck he talking about.
Hold
He
on, hold
don't.
on, hold on, hold
But
on, hold on, hold
Hey,
on.
Black
Hold
people,
on,
hey,
y'all. Hold on, y'all. Please,
hold
man.
on,
respect.
hold on,
Y'all messing up the bill,
hold
man. I've been here
on,
listening the whole time. It was
hold
all
on.
good.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all
Yeah, mute us. Mute
can
us,
Yo,
y'all
Ab.
but
hear me? Can
hold
y'all
up,
hear
yo.
me?
Everybody being
Ab,
quiet
mute
except for
us.
this nigga. Let
Hey,
Naughty
we'll
go,
take a
yo.
30-second break. 30-second break. 30-second break. 30-second break, you guys. 30-second break.
Yo, if somebody talking, yo, let them talk. Yo, don't keep cutting niggas off, man.
But we got to be respectful, man. That's just the main thing, man. Come on, let's be respectful.
Yo,
Let's not curse
respectful,
each other
Lola,
out.
bro. Respectful is when somebody talking, don't cut them off.
I
You
agree, but
you
that
ain't
don't
hear
mean
me
you got
not
to curse
one
too.
time cut nobody off, but Rookie cut people off, yo. Let Naughty build.
I get it.
And
I
let
get it. I get it.
and let the host say, okay, Nick, okay, it's up to you now. You know what I mean?
I get that. I get that. I get that. But I'm just saying, let's just be respectful, not curse each other out. Because
Right.
that's kind of messing up the bill. Because remember, I was outside just listening in. So he just let me in. As soon as I came in, now, you know what I mean? It just sound like curses and shit. So a person can get the wrong opinion and the wrong outlook on that. You know what I'm saying? So just let's try to keep it respectful, bro. And keep the build up. It's a good build. Peace to the family, yo.
But I was
Right.
cutting Naughty off. My fault for cutting you off, Naughty. My fault for cutting you off.
That's simple that was.
Big up, big up, big up, big up. Let me move forward, man.
That was
Let me go
simple, man. You know
forward.
what
Go on. I listening. You guys start the bill. I listening, man. I listening.
All right, it's just an information pass change, and me and Naughty sometimes, you know what I'm saying, go a little bit back and forth on this, and I was provoking the Moorish indigenous thing, though. So it's all good right now, no, but just where I thought that Naughty and me see disagreement at in that though, which I shouldn't have cut him off. My fault, Noof, my fault, hyper ass. But where I thought we was wrong at, or we differ at, is the birth certificate is already authenticated. That's it I was saying though. Nothing else. That it was already authenticated. And we just
Let
got to
me
publish the name that's on there. That's all, bro.
let me go back to that. Okay, so the birth certificate is created, the live birth for you, which is turning that entity into a product that isn't doing business. It's going in the back shelf. So they're gonna in storage because it's not doing business right now. So the law is that that business is supposed to take its upright and start working in its own entity at a 5-year expansion from the creation. This is the law. Or it can be locked up or incarcerated indefinitely because it's seen as a deplorable to the estate or to the state thereof. This is the law. You can fight it all day long, but it's the law. Okay, so now we're gonna go back and show you a live birth certificate. They don't have the copy of it. They don't. I mean the original. The original get discarded. The state cannot own anything. Only thing it can do is be a ward if no one steps up to the claim. So by your mom and forefather never stepping up to the claim when they identified your birth as in a establishment in the newspaper as an announcement, right? They put it in the newspaper as an announcement, and no one ever stepped up to the claim. Your parents, in turn, went and applied for a birth certificate. The birth certificate is a fact that this product is documented, has a number behind it, and it is what it is. Now, the only way they can get that birth certificate, because it's under the federal guidelines, the federal site, is they have to be a federal agent to receive it, which in turn, them having a birth certificate, them having a social security number. Okay, it's all tying you back in. What you need to do from the jump, again, is take this at the age of 5 and start to control it. When you get the birth certificate, it's the only existing real copy of the state giving identification. Something on a microfilm is hearsay. It can never stand in court. Even the prosecutor can fight against it because it's not of factual evidence. Someone could have created that after that. What's of factual evidence is the birth certificate from the state and it being authenticated. That's of factual evidence that you now hold in possession of an identified product of explanation. It's giving you the exploratories of that product and in the birth certificate. So now that you have the authentication, it's showing that it was a fake creation. The authentication is making sure that this fake entity or birth certificate was fake. It's not real. We are identifying it under our system that it is authenticated in our site. So whoever possessed this now has complete control over something we truly see as an entity of business and under our statehood. So now you want to go and create your notifications, create your declarations, create your affidavits of who you are in standing as living separated from the state created entity. And you control every aspect of this entity because you have all facts of creation in your hand. No one else has that. The DA don't have it. The state himself don't have it. They didn't take the time to go get a birth certificate and get it authenticated and all of this because they don't have the approval. They don't have the John Hancock you have to get these qualifications, to get this stuff. They don't have it. So you have evident of fact that you have been sole caretaker for this entity since the creation of his creation. Just by having that document in your hand. Those 2 documents or 3 if you want to deal in a federal level. Now, what you want to do if you want to deal in business, incorporate the business as a not or non-for-profit. I would, me myself, that's what I do, right? And go and do nothing but donation work. However you get your donations is non-taxable. Donations is you can't tax that, especially to the living. So as I doing work for the living, as the living, I'm not in the currency under the government site. So they can never tie me down, ever. But if I go and represent myself as doing business and I want to put things up in the name, put this in, and the trust, you don't want to turn the trust into no one. If you're gonna build a trust, you just turn your trust in self-enveloped to yourself as a certificate of mailing and never open it. Just put it up someplace. So anyone come contest against that trust 10,000 years later, you can. It's just too many ways to skin a cat so easy, and not get caught up. A lot of things you can get caught up in by dealing in them business aspect, which you don't want to do, no matter what, nationally or by way of the entity being caught up in the product of doing business, because business do business. Now you fall under business law, which is another site of maritime, but a different type of maritime, strictly under the trade and the fair, something like the Fair Trade Act, but it's a Trade and Barter Act, I believe it's called. That's what it's called. So I mean, my people I just go about it a little easier to not get caught up in their trap.
So look,
because they try to do everything they can to trap you. But go ahead, I listen.
now I was going into that, but I was learning some stuff like that from this Moorish people, this Moorish brother, and they were saying like you have to get your certificate of live birth and stuff if you want to prove like who you are, and your certificate of live birth is a whole different certificate than your birth certificate. But then I heard a person go further to say like we all like our names and everything is owned by the government, so we're all straw men. Right, and this person went about. You can actually look it up on the Strawman Diaries or something like that. It's on YouTube, and they was talking about like he said all of our names are owned, right? So he went about copywriting, trademarking a business name, and he ended up getting an identification under the business name because he was saying that even our cars and how we drive and everything, we have the right to drive because laws were given to us, but from like seas. Laws was really created like overseas and like shipping and trading and different things like that, and then they was commercialized and brought to the land. But laws was like for like pirates and overseas and stuff like that. But he went about getting some kind of ID, like a name, like you start a business, you get like an LLC, a trademark name, and he trademarked this name, and he was moving and operating under the identity of that trademark.
Right. That's how I move under trademark. That's how I move.
Oh, so do you move like that?
Yeah, that's how I move.
Oh, so what? You could get ID in the trademark too?
Yeah. Not
Yeah,
look.
I think if we drop the titles, like if we drop a lot of these titles, everybody's trying. Yeah, that's the way to move, man.
It is.
But I just think it's a deeper step. I think it's a deeper step when you put it in a newspaper like Noble Drew Ali. You know what I'm saying? Like when you put it in a newspaper and you get author. Like I say, I did it wrong though because I put my fictitious name in there except for my mother given name. But you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm doing. It's my mom's given name in the newspaper right now. But you know what I'm saying? They give you a certificate. They give you an affidavit of publication. I mean, I ain't cut you off, Naughty. Hold on, bro. Let me break it down. Let me break it down my way.
I want to hear what you're saying,
when
bro.
You get an when you get a birth certificate, when you go through authentication, you're going through the state, and they put a big stamp on it, and then they give you these numbers so you can do something with that is authentic. But it's already authenticated. They already on the back of your birth certificate it's already authenticated through them. So I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just like it's going through the publication, getting the author of that name, and then controlling it through your will and testament and your I just think it's making it stronger. I ain't saying that nobody's way wrong. I just think it's making it stronger when you get your will and testament and you become the executor, and that's what you really call the first living trust. Your first real living trust is your first trust. My fault. Go ahead, brother.
I don't want to cut you. Nah, my bad, bro. I don't want to cut you. You still got a little feedback. I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to greet a couple of the new brothers and sisters on the panel. We got Sister Betty back on her, and we got the brother Ray Stone on her. Shout out to the brother Ray Stone.
Yo, what up, though?
What up, though? What up, though? I want to say we got 256 people in the chat. Shout out to everybody. Drop some fire emojis. Hit the like button. Share this on all your social media out there. Let's go.
Hey, yo, let me say this right quick, bro. I gotta hop off. But hey, this law shit is real hard to teach. I think we had talked about that before. It's hard to teach this law shit. It's almost something you gotta experience. But I got this link. This link had a lot of articles. We used to look at this shit like 15, 20 years ago. It's got a lot of articles and it breaks it down. It's called Links to Educate Yourself, and that's just what it is. So I'm gonna drop the link in the chat. Y'all should definitely check that out because it gives you a chance to get some background. So when these brothers are breaking it down, you know what they're talking about more. Because I know how confusing this is. But I gotta hop off. I'm gonna holler at you later, AP. But I'm gonna drop the link in the chat, so y'all make sure y'all check it out and share it with your people.
No step
Yeah,
feet.
drop that for him, man. Drop them blessings for him, man. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Hey,
yeah,
make
much
sure y'all
love.
get that, cause you know he giving y'all some game, just some fiber information. Y'all can just get to it by one click of a link. Make sure y'all save that in y'all archive as well. We're gonna continue this build. We got Sister Betty on here. We're gonna let the Sister Betty say something before y'all get into y'all regular conversation. Sister Betty, do you want to say anything before we continue, sister?
Yeah, could I get the share screen?
Absolutely. Are you sharing it now?
Yeah.
I don't see it yet.
Oh, hold up. It's coming. I'm ready. It's there.
Okay, there it goes.
Okay. I just got a question because I'm a little thrown, and this is just a question. This is not to argue. But Nadi, remember how you were saying earlier that, and I'm off work by the way. I had to take time off. Remember when you were saying mentioning early that you have to use another substance or document, may we say, to pull yourself away from under the United States power. And I'm just using this one because I know there's many, but this one for namesake, which some Moors typically use. Okay, are you with me?
Brother Nadi.
Yes, ma'am. I listening. Yes, ma'am. I
You
listening.
know how you have to say that you're a foreigner from something else that recognizes you, but it also at the same time pull you from under the power of the corporation. Now, here's the question that I have that I've just been, huh?
No, I'm listening. I'm listening. I have to
So, say for instance, I did this, and I'm telling the corporation, okay, fine, I'm African, I'm from Morocco, and I'm going in for my nationalism. Now, here's the question, and I'm trying to put a visual on people's heads. Now that I told the corporation that I'm a foreigner of the corporation, now, what if, just for ha-has, some shit pop off, right? And the corporation is like, all right, all y'all motherfucking foreigners, get the hell off my land. Now, I understand you saying it's a corporation. They can't tell you to move off of America, but you have these 5 civilized tribes who have come under the corporation. Now, these 5 civilized tribes is supposedly the original people of this land, or with the power, or the first people, or whatever, whoever you call it. And the U.S. corporation says, well, hey, we got the motherfucking Mongoloids or whatever under our corporation. So I'm going to exercise the power and tell y'all to get the fuck off my land. Because they're under our corporation. This is their land. They're the first people. And now we're going to exercise the power to make all you foreigners get off. Do y'all see where I'm going with this? And let me know what, just, I'm done sharing that power. I just have that picture in my head. So can y'all explain that a little bit to me?
Can I please just have 1 minute? Please, 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 with this simple ass shit. What she just showed is the United States of America when it
Hold
first
on,
was
hold
formed.
on, Ru. Hold on, Ru. I'm gonna let you explain. I'm gonna give you 60 seconds to elaborate to what she said, and then the next person to get 60 seconds. I know a couple people do probably want to elaborate on this. Let's go.
One thing I love how you brought up Ron March. Ron March, and what she just showed is the United States, which was 13 colonies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That was all on the eastern border of America. That we granted them rights to them certain places, 13 things, but it was the Morocco that was the empire in America. That was the rest of the land. See, that's now let's hold on, let's put that thought in our heads. That 13 colonies to Canada, America, and Mexico that was looking at these 13 colonies like y'all gonna stay up there. So Morocco was America, and the 13 colonies was the 13 colonies. I digress.
Okay, I think you misunderstood my question. I just used that document because it was something I quickly had. Other people have other documents. What I'm saying is, no matter what, I guess what I'm asking, and I want to try to use the right choice words.
Oh,
What
we
I'm asking,
understand, Sister Betty. We
okay,
understand.
thank you. Thank you. I'm just,
Yeah,
or
you
at
don't
the
have
end
to
of the day,
repeat
I'm just
yourself.
saying, can the United States exercise their powers from the fake tribes, we could say, because they're viewing them as the first people and say, all right, y'all motherfucking foreigners, get off my land. All y'all. That's what I'm asking. I'm done.
Okay, right. I again big up to Root Words in his site. Big up, big up, big up. Again, I don't know if I'm being misunderstood in translation, but if someone's claiming any title, national title, religious title, title of any endurement under the status quo, is still a foreigner to this land, is a citizen taking part of any ship. All ships lead to Rome. All streets lead to Rome. All right. So if you're looking to get someone off your land and you claiming to be one of them by way of a short form or a long form, they're not going anywhere because they're claiming jurisdiction by way of the 13 tribes that expanded and start claiming this state or this state or this state, and there has been no one to stand up against them. So you by law you fall under um, um, opposition by way of admittance or what's the word um, assumption or presumption because you never stood up against it. And when they pull you over, you never saying anything about it. Or when they put out rules against it, you never telling them that you're not part of it. So you're a part of it. So until you come up out of it and start claiming to just be a natural man or a natural woman, they are foreigners to your natural land with their state of commerce. Because their commerce is taking away something that existed in the beginning, which is natural, and they knocked it down to put their commerce up. Now, if you want to stand in that site as a pledge or an oath to something outside of being natural, you can't look to move anyone because you're still playing their game.
Okay, so
Am I?
I get, I think I might get what you're saying. So, in other words, you're saying the corporation can't exercise power because they're viewing the five federally recognized tribes as the first people. Is that all right? First, all right. Answer this question: is the United States viewing the five federally recognized tribes as the first people of this land?
No, they identify in the five civilized tribes as the first creator of the commerce of government.
Okay, so they're not. The United States don't see them as the original people of this land,
No, they see them as
and they're not
the
sovereign, right?
the claimers of our land because there was no contestant. The claimers of our land to join cooperation with the 13 colonies as a government.
Okay, so why is it that no? Okay, no, because this is kind of confusing to me. So why is it that the $5 Indians have their own court system?
Because they
Like
try to
when they're
separate
people,
them. They try to
huh?
separate themselves on certain jurisdictions. This was one of the clauses they put in with each other
So they have their own court systems. United States can't make no rules on them. They have their own court systems
because they
as
incorporate.
because the you're saying the $5
They
Indians are
incorporate.
incorporated, right?
They
They came
incorporated
they
under the
Yeah,
understand.
religious or
it's like
national.
a regular deputy or public servant couldn't just go on to indigenous lands or be have any jurisdiction in the court. They'll be dealing with another type of law and shit like that. But yeah, they do get involved though. That's how you catch Native Americans going to jail. That's part of tribes and shit like this all the time.
So
That's how
who
they
has
able
the
to get
Fact.
back.
power? Who has the power to make all foreigners get off this land?
You're gonna have to. Who has the power to get all foreigners off this land?
Who has
You're
the
gonna
power to
have.
say, all right, that's it, I'm done. Everybody that's a foreigner to the American landmass, go back to your country. Who has the power to say
Sister
that?
Betty, maybe your question is a good question. Uh, do you have an answer for that? Just maybe you can expound on it to enlighten the
Well,
people
no,
who have the power.
I'm asking them because
Yeah.
it's just
Let me,
a little confusing to me, and they seem to
let
have
me show you.
pretty
Let me
reasonable
show you
answers.
again. The
Oh, okay. I see
natural.
what you're saying, Sister Betty. I see.
And I just want to know who has the power if shit hit the fan, and who has the power to say, all right, everybody that's foreign to the Americas, go back to your country. Who has the power to say that?
Can I give my best example? When y'all keep
Say real
saying
quick
United States of
before you
America,
get to it. I just want to say real quick. I believe, sister, that it is the United States Postal General and the Chief Justice. They actually have a lot. They have the power over the nations in general, not just the United States. So they have like power over all the different countries. Just to verify that, if that's what you asking.
I'm just asking, like, if somebody just wake up and say, all right, I'm sick of all these fucking foreign people that's here, every race that's here, that's not Aboriginal to this landmass, get out. Who has the power to say that? That's what
The
I'm asking.
Postal Service General Master, the Postmaster
what I'm
General.
trying to get at
That's under the
is
United States. That's under the United States.
That's not just of the United States. It's over the country, sister. I'm saying right now, it's literally over the
The
country.
United States Postal Service, it has its word in it. United States Postal Service. You're saying their name right in it. So that can't be possibly true.
No, I didn't say United States Postal Service. They're including that. I said the United States Postmaster is included in that, but there's the Postal General Master. I can't think of. I'm gonna look for the title for you while y'all talking, but there is an actual
If you make United
title.
States come out your mouth, you're saying United States.
I
Their
said the United
postal
States
master.
is a
It's the master
part.
of what? The United States.
Right, sister. Before you argue with me, I just told you I'm gonna
I'm
look for
not
the
arguing
title
with
while
you.
y'all.
You keep saying United States. You can't even put that out your tongue. Because remember, United
Sister,
States is a
sister,
corporation.
I said that's a part of it. You're mistaking what I said. It
Even
seems
if
like
it's a
it's
part of it, it's still part
it's
of the
the
United
United
States.
States. I also said, if you heard me, the United States and all of the countries, all of the continents fall under this particular order. So that's why I'm telling you, I'm going to find the title. I may have misspoken the word, saying it incorrectly, but because I'm thinking United States because we're here. But there is the head
You're talking
postal.
about the Postmaster General.
Thank you, the postmaster. I think I said it, but I might have spoke too quick. But yes, the postmaster general, sweetheart. Actually, yes, he has the control and power of everything. He actually done took the flags down before the New Year came in, whether people know it or not. From everywhere, even the Queen of England, all they flags down. He took all that shit down because they operating all this fictitious shit. He done exposed them for all this nonsense. But yeah. He has the control to do a lot of that. He's doing that now. He's telling people what to do. He's told people what to do to come out of all of this. So, yeah, I was just saying that because you asked the question. So I'm giving you the real answer.
Okay. I disagree, but thank you.
You're welcome.
can I say something real quick?
Go ahead,
Can I say
Root
something
World.
real
You got
quick?
50 seconds, brother. Go ahead.
My view opinion on that postmaster. When you look at the first day, the birth of America, the United States of America, 1789. The first thing they did, like she said, they went to the posts, the forts, the old law of this land, and the postmaster. But I think when they say postmaster, there's like three different types of posts. There's like a certified post, a verified letter, and then regular letter though. So there's like three types of governments going on in that post office dealing with that postmaster. So inside the United States Post Office, There's like two different entities in there because inside the United States Post Office, that's where all head federal places is at, and that's where the postmaster. I don't think he's a part of the United States Post Office. I think that's the postmaster.
Yeah, that's why
That's a head entity.
independence was held up last year behind what was going on with the postmaster.
But one thing, I was just trying to get to something real quick. Back to the first Congress and the first day America was made, or the first month when they first passed the law. The whole Constitution is here for foreigners, and all the foreigner presidents put the 5 tribes in there, and they all say thanks. The first place to ever, except for the 5 tribes. Okay, we'll put them in there. They all say Morocco, the Empire of Morocco, was the first to grant us our 13 colonies. So it's going to be up to the 5 tribes and the people that are tribal and the so-called Moors that are over here to come together and start putting out laws. They're saying, look, we don't want no more of you over here. And if you do something wrong, racist or something, it's a stipulation. I'll digress.
Hey,
Okay, so
yeah, go ahead. You breaking up a little bit, Nadi.
So, yo, can you hear me? Mic check, 3, 2, 1. Mic check.
Yeah, you good now.
Yeah, mic check. Yo, that's better?
We hear you, Nadia.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Okay. So the Spy Civilized Tribes, again, was in representation of the indigenous people. They weren't truly the indigenous people. They were just the people that the 13 colonies cited as identity to the land, to tie them to the land. And even as a 5 tribe doing any business with any type of government outside of the tribal government and going through the tribal chief approval, right, is un-Indian affairs. It strips you from being an Indian or an indigenous site. Again, we got to go back to where Root Wars is telling the truth again. You had the Moors here on the country before the 13 tribes, which of Morocco allowed the 13 tribes to be seen as a nation in conjoinance with the Siberian Indians, natives. Okay, this is true.
I disagree, but go ahead, Donnie.
At this time, there was a trade system going on that the Moors had control of. Us indigenous people didn't view the otherworldly views, as in gold, as in fur, as in beaver, a lambskin, a buffalo skin. We didn't see that as because we was indigenous. We were natural people. We lived off the land. Understand this? Which we did have certain individuals that set up ports for trade purposes only, which some of us went and traded off as we traveled and had certain things through certain Moorish site. And I don't know why we want to fight with that. It's documented over 100,000 years, my sister. I mean, we can sit here and go back and forth and back, but again, it started some.
Well,
some
we have to agree to disagree, Nadi. But based on the information that I have, and we have, this is just where we draw the line in the sand.
Right, Liberia, Empress.
No,
Liberia. Yeah. Let me
saying,
Liberia,
this is where we draw the line at, where we disagree, and we just have to.
Okay, I don't want to. All right, I don't want to disagree. I want to be able to move forward. So
yeah, we can move forward, but we're not going to agree on that, bro. I'm so sorry, but everybody on the panel, I thank you all dearly for your input and respect to everyone on the panel.
So you saying that the Moors was never on this line?
I'm saying that the Moors are not indigenous to the land. And I'm just going to stick with that. We already went through that.
Came out of my mouth. Right. Listen, that's not what came out of my mouth, so we don't have any disagreement. That's something you're bringing around that didn't even come out of my mouth. That wasn't even out of my mouth. I said they were doing commerce, doing business with the indigenous of this land. Can you? Is there a
Yes, sir.
separation? You see that? All right. Let we
Yes,
move
sir.
forward. So, so you had a site of governing of a jurisdiction that the five imaginary five tribes had given to the
Hey, Naughty. Hey, Naughty.
third.
Naughty. 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 You and Miss Bethy wrong. And respectfully, I challenge y'all
Okay.
anytime, any
I'm
day
I'm
on
not I'm not I didn't
Aboriginal
come up
power
here
that
to
Moors is
argue and
from
debate.
Moors.
I came up here to ask
I
questions.
ain't
I
cut you
asked
off,
my
beautiful.
questions.
I ain't say nothing
No,
disrespectful
I
to
asked
you.
my
I
questions
ain't
and
cut
y'all
you
gave
off,
me your
beautiful. I ain't say
answers.
nothing
I
disrespectful to
asked
you.
my questions and y'all
All
gave
I'ma
me my
say is be
answers.
you
And
and
I
naughty, beautiful.
appreciate your
All I'm
beautiful
saying is you
answers.
and naughty,
Thank
beautiful.
you
If y'all
very,
don't
very
believe,
much. Thank you very much for your answers. I appreciate it. That's all I came up here for, to ask questions. And I got my answers. Thank you kindly. Ab, thanks for having me on. Have a warm day.
All right, Miss Betty. Big up.
well, this go to you, naughty. I'm gonna leave Miss Bethy out of it. This go to you, naughty. I'll challenge you and anybody else respectfully, just on the information exchange, that Moors are indigenous to America. No cussing each other out, no bad names. Just if you don't believe that,
Okay,
just
okay.
anytime we can have an
Rule
information
words.
exchange.
Rule words. Mute yourself. Listen, you put that challenge out, he will challenge anybody that Moors are indigenous to the Americas. Naughty, are you willing to accept that challenge? You say you ready for the smoke.
Yeah, tell him what he got. What he got?
What do you
He
got?
said Moors is from America. We ain't gonna do the debate today. If you're gonna agree to it, we're gonna agree to it and set it up. We're gonna do it right. And 5 moderators too.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. Yeah, whatever. I wanted to come with whatever.
But you wanted to do a cash debate. You wanted to be worth
Yeah.
your
That's what
while,
I
each
said.
other while, each other's while, right?
Man, Root ain't got no money and shit.
Damn, Rube. He said you ain't got no money. What you gonna put up? $100 for the debate? What's
I
up?
at least got 50 to 100.
Nigga,
I
I
ain't
at
got
least
yo,
got 50 to
100.
100.
Hold
yo,
on,
that
hold
nigga, hey,
on,
yo, that
Hold
nigga
on,
ain't
I
never
might not got a
dropped
lot of
nothing in the
money.
hold
Cash App
on,
though.
I might
He
not
be
hold
got a
showing
lot
me
of
his
on,
money.
money
I
ain't
got
dropped
50
nothing in
to
the
hold
Cash.
100.
on, hold on. Rube said he got 50
I can
to
hold my weed
100.
stack money up, man. I can hold my weed stack money up.
He said he got 50 to 100.
Said he got a hundo.
That ain't no debate. Hey, you can keep that little pocket change, bro. Go
Yeah, a
get your
little chump
toothpaste.
change.
Go buy some black toothpaste with that little money.
Yeah. Our Lord Josie.
Damn, Rube, you ain't gonna take his EBT money?
I thought he said 50 for 100. That's what I thought he had said. 50 for 100.
Our
I
Lord
would say that's
Josie.
too much
Oh,
for Charlie.
5,400. Sheesh. Let's bring out the rackets. Yeah, let's go. But
That's
damn though,
privilege
so
Maybe
what's
if I
up?
get
So
that
you gonna do it for
PPP.
Wi-Fi.
so what? You
Maybe if I
said,
get that
listen, you gonna
PPP.
do it for do it and give it to one of the people in the chat. Give it to charity, man. If y'all gonna do it, let's set up the debate. Rumor say he got 50, maybe 100. Let's go.
Sound up. Sound
Hey,
up.
we could do it whenever. All I gotta do is just sit back and watch him bring on imitation names that sound like and look like to try to. Man, you ain't gonna find nowhere in America more create right here. Nowhere. More raised from is this mountain right here. Nowhere.
Our Lord Josie, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You hear me? You hear me, Our Lord Josie?
Oh yeah. I hear you. Yeah.
Look, I can hear in your voice, right? That like you have a West Indian background. Maybe Barbados. I'm hearing Guyana, Barbados. What's your background? Family background.
Maroon Islands, the
Yeah,
Moorish
West Indies.
Islands.
What's your
Jesus
parents?
Christ. Yeah,
What's your parents'
West
background?
Indies, right? West Indies. I am the West Indies.
West Indies, right? So like I've been trying to like research. I've been doing like research like on that, like on my background, like 'cause my family, like my mom is from St. Vincent, and like my father's from Jamaica. So I've been trying to do like research into going back into like the slavery time and trying to figure out my family, like where this name, my so-called name derived from, and all of those things, and trying to trace my. Have you done like tracing your lineage back throughout the Caribbeans and through like slavery? Because like some of those first slaves were being traded through like St. George, like through Georgetown, and then being shipped to like the Caribbean islands, even before even some of them was being shipped to America and stuff like that. So I wanted to know about something like that. Have you been doing research into like that, like into the West Indian slave trade and how it connects to your family roots?
Yeah, I don't do a lot of research on that too. Yeah, and I come to find that this whole African thing was nothing but people being transited from the islands to the west, to the eastern shore, from the eastern shore to the islands. It was a move of people to different land, and by them not knowing where they coming from or where they going, they identified with what was at the area, and what was
Yeah,
set
they
up at
called
the
it. They
area.
called it going cross seas. You might be getting took across one side of the Mississippi to the other side, and they was calling it cross seas. You see what
Right.
I'm saying? And you see that
And
on a
when
lot of Western movies as well. If you go back and watch a lot of these old Westerns, that are all in America. But notice when they going over these large rivers, most of the time the Mississippi, and they call it going cross seas, overseas, and cross seas. So we got to get into that terminology as well.
That's true.
true. So you had a lot of this, and when most of the ports was being controlled by Anglo Africans, and this was where you're getting the a lot of the Marcus Garveys and Wilmot Blytons, the islanders start to be in a profession of education and becoming doctors and judges and things because they was endured inside of an African community in that province. And you had a lot of African communities in the province because these were the um, overseers slash landlords to the indigenous, as by way of committed. And this is the point I'm trying to get to. So the Moors had a branch of commerce for a long time. They had the grip on commerce, on trade. So by way when the 13 colonies came on this land and they imported a um a government, they tried to do it as well as what England had by way everyone was subject, but they just couldn't make people subject here. So they embedded with a fake five civilized tribe and created everyone under commerce as a Moor. And I don't know if we really catching on to the terminology how the play went down. Not not saying all Moors are bad Moors or no Moors are bad Moors, but the sight of putting someone under the subjection as everyone's a Moor by way of commerce, because you can only deal back in them times in commerce and in trade. You had to be a Moor to receive and to give products. You check what he's saying? So even the little tribal Indians that was going to check the Moors, they had the traditions and the know-how and the lingo of the Moors to be able to trade with the Moors. You check what I'm saying? For the Moors to go overseas and trade with more Moors. It was a nationality of trade, which in turn everyone in the world, which in turn everyone in the world now under this site of commerce. So when you're born in debt. You're born as a Moor in commerce. You just don't have the identity and the authority to well, you haven't taken the identity of authority of that entity you was created as a Moor under. You understand? And this is what's going on. We ain't really catching it. Now you had the Spaniards come in. They seen how everyone in America's in the trade system was moving in a Moorish site, had Moorish traditions, Moorish acquired swimwear, whatever, because they were seeing on that coastline, because this was a lot of trade going in, especially in the 1700s. By the 1700s, man, you had like 400, 500 years gone through as a trade product. They just had to flip it where they can control the whole of the line. So that's how they endured everyone as a what you call it, not a slave, but indentured servant to the line. Right, because they jurisdiction all of the line, and anything born thereof or inside of it is a product to make it better under that jurisdiction. So you become a subject or an indigent subject. Subject.
Servant.
It's just wordplay. They just flipped it all upside down. But it's simple though, bro. It's simple.
Well, I got my kayaks up against that shit, my nigga. I got 2 kayaks up against that information, bro. Fuck that shit.
You do.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Dawood, it's Dawood. Basically,
Oh,
what
yeah.
I get from it, what I get from the whole thing is that like it basically is all like we all niggas, bro. Like we all tied together, whether you more Aboriginal, whatever.
Nah,
You
you
feel
ain't
me?
get that. You didn't get that from that because you caught the end out, so you just came in and caught the end.
No, I'm talking about from previous like this period, bro. I'm not even.
You can't
Like,
come
I'm
in
talking
that.
about previous though. I'm talking about.
Hold on, bro.
Go ahead.
That's
I'm sorry. What you
closed
Hey, one at a time. Let the brother get his question off.
No, go ahead. I'm listening. But I just wanted to throw that out there.
But you're not saying nothing that's nobody haven't heard or known. Come on. But I'm just saying though, if you're going, you know what I mean? You got to take it to the board and see what's going on. What's the root? What you said you wanted to say though? Somebody said, you could expound Deadwood if you want to go on a little bit more, whatever.
No, I want to say something real quick. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Look, when my Nadi's like hitting it out the ballpark right here, man. Look, when you talk about this Morris and you talking about dealing in commerce, you're dealing in transportation. So you're dealing in a transportation system. Now, what do we have? You see, they changed. We have a transportation authority. So you understand that when you're dealing in vessels and you're dealing in commerce, you're dealing in trade and you're dealing with some type of money of exchange. Now, what are you going to exchange for the goods? Are you going to exchange barters? Or are you going to trade like straight even exchange? Or are you going to be under a creditor or debtor system? Now, when you understand that when you're dealing with these sophisticated traders and you know these people are scammers, they're going to try everything in their power to put you into debt. Now, but you being a part of the land, that's where you come in and you got to show these people that, look, I'm operating through my nation, through my tribal authority, not through your admiralty and maritime laws. And you got to be, we wasn't careful enough to make sure that they didn't bring the admiralty and maritime law onto the land and have you as a debtor and then use your labor as the payment for the debt. See, you can easily say, well, look, you coming onto our land, so therefore you owe us too, and that would discharge the debt that they say that we owed them. You see what I'm saying? Now they made these birth certificates as a payment or a bond system to bond you to the admiralty and maritime. That's why it's important to understand the Constitution, especially in Article 3, because you have to have some type of proof that you are operating through a whole different national system than their own laws. That's why we say we got to put proof on the record, because look, whether you want to say the Moors was here or not, you don't have any proof. If you saying that they was here before the Constitution, they was here before before the United States even had jurisdiction. So it's a moot point to try to point out you wasn't here longer than us. Well, you got to have some prima facie evidence that they was here before the Constitution was even submitted, because you don't have any operating document for the land before that. You see what I'm saying? So most people that was here before the Constitution has some jurisdiction. Now you can go by hearsay evidence and say, well, look, we had this written down, we had our laws, but it wasn't nothing that was stopping people from coming over to the land or saying, oh, you can't dock your boats onto this port. You see what I'm saying? Because I mean, how are you naturally going to stop somebody from coming? I mean, you got 1,000 line of coastline, so you can't really stop them. So the trading and admiralty and maritime is important to know that these Moors established that. Now they dropped the ball because these devils made a sophisticated system up, and their system was putting you on paper, bonding you with item sonin, which is something that sounds like your name, but it's not because it's all caps. Anybody can have your name, but it's a you. It's not you. It's there to do commerce, and you have to control it. And
Can
I
I
think
say
that's where
something?
the confusion is coming from. Go ahead, bro.
I wanted to say, like, nonetheless, whenever he get on and drop that, like, drop his knowledge, y'all should listen to nonetheless. Nonetheless, keep it real. Like, that's all I can say. Like, none, peace to you. You keep it real. You keep it real on all sides, as far as like paperwork. Like anybody who I feel like, man, this is my opinion. This like this is just my opinion. Nonetheless, like if y'all want to learn, I feel like y'all should talk to nonetheless, cause he going. I feel like you gonna come you coming from a nigga perspective. If y'all understand what I mean, like I like I like a lot of niggas is street niggas just trying to find knowledge. And that's who I rock with. I rock with street niggas who like niggas just look. I'm here for knowledge. I'm not here for all that trying to. I like more none of that. Like that's why I rock with AP, and that's why like none saying some real shit, y'all. Like y'all connect with that
Yo,
brother if you want to correct your stuff. Like none saying
yo,
some real shit. He coming from. I feel you on some real nigga shit, like on some outside shit. I feel you on some real nigga shit though, dog. Like for real.
but bro,
Not
yo,
always you always drop that shit.
yo, for real, I appreciate that, yo. But look, this the reason why I come like that, because I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all, yo. I hate fucking paperwork. This
Speak
not
that
me. I don't want to.
fire.
Think the brother nonetheless had a mild hiccup. Hey, we got almost 300 people in the chat. We got 290 something people up in here. Make sure y'all hit that like button.
Hit that like, hit that like.
Support the channel.
Yeah, hit the like, bro.
Yeah. Drop some fire emojis for the brothers on the panel too, and for the
Yo,
sister on the panel.
but the
Yes.
more
Hey,
I
brother,
look,
Kanan Lynn Moore.
Empress, all love.
I don't really.
Empress,
Hold on,
all
y'all.
love.
go ahead, bro.
Everybody mute themselves. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Shout out to everybody, man. You might be on a delay too, brother. The Watt.
All right.
Kangalin
Yo,
Moores, you doing a lot of typing in the chat, man. Said, some room on the chat, bro. There's some room up here. We give everybody a nice little
See,
time to
that's what I'm
get your shit
saying,
off.
bro.
Come
Like,
Bill. Hit that link, bro.
the Moors, the Moors,
Can I say something
that's
real
in the
quick before you
chat
get into
that
that
say,
about the
bro,
yeah,
come
Moors,
go
up
ahead.
honey?
here,
I'm
bro.
sorry.
Come up here. Come.
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead. The sister trying to say something. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I
Go ahead,
just want
Sister
to say,
Soul.
I just want to say,
Hey, if
I
you don't
believe.
mind, speak up a little bit. I always tell you that, but your mic is real low. So if you don't mind speaking up
I'm
for the people.
sorry. I have it up high, brother. Unless I'm upset, my voice not real loud. Is this better?
Nah, yeah. I don't know about the volume bit. Huh? I just know we can't hear you. So however that works.
All right. Is this better now? As long as you can hear me a little bit. I just want to
Yes, it's a lot better. Everybody mute themselves.
Yes, to the question I posed, I would just want to say everybody actually answered a lot of information for me, and I appreciate the contribution of information. I appreciate the contribution that everybody put forward. It's not about how real one person is. Everybody's real. Everybody's real to themselves is what we have to understand. We be so judgmental on people if we don't have an agreement with them. We got to stop doing that. You don't have to agree with what a person says, even if they sharing their information. It's up to a person's intelligence and their spiritual connection for them to discern the information themselves. If anybody's taking their time to share, it should be appreciated and honored just like anybody else's information. If it's completely false or some belligerent BS, of course call it out. But if it's information and just because a person kind of debating something small, it's not, I don't think it should be important, because I am appreciative of everybody that contributed to the question that I asked. Root words, definitely Nadi, definitely uh the other gentleman that just spoke a minute ago that you bigging up, and there's nothing wrong with bigging up people, but you got to make sure you don't exclude people because they really contribute a lot of information as a whole. I just want to note that, and I'm appreciative of it because I was wanting the information.
Nah, Now I was bigging up none because none saying some real. He coming from. I could feel none. Like I said, I could feel none on some out, like on some real nigga shit, man. Like I want y'all to just put down the words for me right now, like titles and all that. But
Well, I got a
I
good
feel none
question.
on some real nigga shit. Like he keeping it 100. Like like it's one thing to understand the knowledge, but it's one thing like come on, bro. Like I don't give a fuck if you a Moor, Muslim, Aboriginal, whatever. I don't, I don't give a fuck if you none of that. But like you gotta respect, and that's what I do. I respect knowledge. Like I respect motherfuckers who drop that knowledge. I don't care about no titles or nothing like that. I don't like. I care about the knowledge. That's why I share Ad Power channel and the rest of them because I fuck with knowledge in real life. Like my teacher, like I'm gonna say, like my moral teacher would be a seer, and like Freeman L. Cause right now I'm on some higher self, lower self. I'm trying to deal. I'm on a science, and once you understand science, I feel like you can conquer religion. If y'all understand what I'm saying. Once you understand the science of how the body and how the mind and all that work, then you conquer religion because I ain't gonna hold y'all. I really my honest opinion, man, cut that shit down, bro. What the fuck? But what I'm saying is the I feel like motherfucking like once you conquer science, you can conquer religion, and that's that. Like I'm with the science when it comes to the more stuff or whatever you want to call it, cause I was good, bro. I ain't know you, but motherfucker, I ain't like I'm good. I'm on the phone right now. But I felt like I just feel like it's just too much. Like people bickering over religion and stuff, and it's like, man, we all niggas. I don't give a fuck what you say. Root like you can say all you want, but bro, you American. We American. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Like, yeah, we could be Moors and religion, whatever you want to call it, but bro, we American, bro. We American, period. Cause AP, all y'all niggas look like me, especially Empress. Empress look just like my aunt. Like she's look just like the women in my family. So I mean, like, what the fuck? What's the beef? We should be just trying to get this paperwork done, or whatever the fuck we need to get done to help out people. But I'm not saying like don't, because it's a lot of scammers out here. We all know that, especially these last 2 years. Niggas scamming like shit, getting that money. But we should all like if you with the shit, and I'm with the shit. Like I'm with the shit. Like I'm with the trying to figure out the trolls and get them the fuck away and all that. I'm with that shit because I'm not a troll. So I'm like all that hate and shit that niggas be doing in the chat. Like, all right, fool. If you disagree, then come the fuck up there. Come up here and state your claim and build off that. But at the end of the day,
I ain't even gonna lie
we
though.
look the same. We look the
I
same.
ain't even gonna lie though.
What?
I be letting a lot of niggas
Oh,
slide
all right, but we look the same.
with
We
this
all look the
comment.
same. Yes, bro,
Can
I
you hear
got
me?
it. The fuck,
Yeah,
but
I be just letting anybody slide with certain shit because my whole platform based off of info. Like, where's the facts? Where can these people viewing this go look this shit up and have this
my bad,
shit
man,
put in the
my
cut?
bad, y'all. But
Who is that?
Yo,
no, I mean, my bad if my mic was going out and in and out. But
Nah, you good? Can y'all
was
hear
the
me?
yeah, we hear you. We hear you, AP. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I hear both of
Oh,
y'all. I
okay.
hear both of y'all. I hear both of y'all.
But yeah, so yeah, man. So
my
let's
bad,
try to bring out
my
the
bad, y'all,
facts and
my
shit
bad,
like that.
my bad.
Bruh, keep your mic muted, please, brother. Thank you. It's all good.
Hey, can you
We
hear
know
me,
how
AP?
that goes.
AP, can you hear me?
Can you hear
Can you hear me,
me?
AP?
Yeah, your mic messing up, bro. You might have to mute.
Come back and come back on. Get off and come back on, brother Dwight.
I think his shit is
I
going
will.
in and out. I think his
I will. So if you're gonna make claims to who you are anyway, come with some facts. Come with some data. Come with
And I
something
think
tangible
that's
for
what
the people to be able to look up.
the brother was trying to, the word that he was looking for, bro, I
I'm
think
gonna tell you
is
like this. I'm
resonates.
gonna tell you something like this. Everybody come with that information. Not everybody can't be right though.
Right. But
Everybody
what
can't be right.
Bro was trying to say that, but nonetheless, when he come, you know what I'm saying, the shit just resonates in a certain way. And I was just gonna jump on and say that, you know what I'm saying, I can back up, kind of feel what he's saying because I be feeling the same way when we be on the bills. Just the brother come and the shit just resonates, you know what I'm saying, on a certain level, regardless of where you kind of can fall on the spectrum. I think what bro was trying to say going
And
forward.
he's
But,
right. He right,
but
baby. I reson with what he said as well. I reson with what Nadi said, and I reson with Root said. He was speaking from his heart, from what he believes, his knowledge, and what he's learned. Everybody learned different information. He may be privy to something that somebody else isn't. Somebody else may have information somebody else doesn't. So a person's only going to go by what they know. And people criticize people so much on what they know. Instead of criticizing the person, let them speak what they say. Then when the next person can come, they can combat that in a positive note by just talking about the information. Then that person may say, "Oh man, I was wrong." They may not even say it out loud, but they may see the information, research it themselves. Then they can come to a conclusion. You can't discern something for somebody else's thinking or their mindset or the way that they're thinking is framed. And this is what people seem to do when you're casting that judgment on, like, "Oh, that person wrong, that information wrong." Some of it may be wrong. They may have, obviously, they read something to give them this information. So they read something. Some of it may be right, some of it may be wrong, like most of this stuff that's out here. That's another thing. People want to argue information. All this information, half of the shit is fake. I'm sorry. So when we arguing about this stuff, it's really not pertinent. The pertinent thing is, like the young man just said, we all American and we all the same skin color. So we know we original people. It don't matter where you came from, even if you was mixed with that Morocco or whatever. When you come over
Exactly.
here and they mix with an indigenous soul, once they mixed with an indigenous soul, the lineage from them, they were now indigenous as well. I mean, it's just too much argument over nonsense, is what I keep saying. Let's just stick with these facts. All this knowledge they was kicking a minute ago, that's the important stuff. All this other stuff is just leeway nonsense.
Right. But I just, but look, bro, the main thing I try to push to people when I'm talking to my homeboys, anybody, like you gotta be free first.
Hey, no.
Before you, yeah, go ahead.
Now I just want to ask you a
Your mic
question.
was a little.
How would you connect? Oh, my fault. I didn't hear what nobody said. My fault.
No, go ahead, man. I mean, I was saying something. Go
Now
ahead.
I just want to ask you, how would you connect both sides of the hat?
Yo, you there's no look, yo, you go into that mentality, bro. How people gotta
Hey, can I
be,
say
man. You gotta be free, man. It's nothing wrong with joining this and joining that, but make sure that you understand that you're free. You see what I'm saying? Don't have yourself as no damn debt, bro, to nobody. Nobody, bro. Now I don't care who it is. You understand that you are free. You was born on into this plane as a free person, bro. You know what I'm saying? So all this other stuff, just like the sister said, all this shit is fake. These books, all this shit is fake. This paperwork, yeah, we all adults. And adult means that you got to do something that you might not like doing. You see what I'm saying? But it's necessary. You know what I mean? There's plenty of things that I say, man, I don't feel like doing that shit. But when I came to the conclusion, once I studied, I was like, shit, I gotta fucking do this shit. You know what I'm saying? You gotta do it. You gotta do the paperwork. I hate this shit. Believe me, I don't fucking like this shit, but you gotta do it. You gotta have some records. We gotta start writing down, you know what I mean? And putting shit on the record. These motherfuckers are monsters with that shit. So somebody gotta do it. Are you gonna do it or you gonna let them do it? I ain't trying to let nobody do that shit. And I'm like, fuck, I gotta do it. I gotta find the energy or the spirit to guide me to get me to do this shit that I don't want to do. You know what I'm saying?
And do it from
Yo,
head
big brother and sisters, respect. I'm for the ease back and let you guys have it. I got some things to attend to, but I listening loud and clear. You guys on the right track, so
The
you
link
know,
is
Appreciate
in the
big up
appreciate
chat,
you,
yourself.
Nadi.
everybody.
Yo, but
Nah, you
look,
good, big brother Nadi.
I
The
want I
link
want
is
to
in
say
the
this too,
chat for
Nadi
anybody
though,
else
man.
want to
A
pop
lot
on.
a lot of things I send people to
Natty,
Nadi. I send people to Nadi Creek Running Water,
drop
bro.
your
That's
email, Natty. Drop your email.
yeah, drop your email because
Drop
those
your
the brothers
email.
that's already doing it. They way more advanced than I
Creek
am.
and Naughty, they
For,
solid.
Drop your email. Outlaw Josie, Natty, drop in the email.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah, yeah,
put it
yeah,
in.
yeah. He heard it. He heard it. Everybody heard it. Nadi, drop your email. But listen, man, shout out to everybody in the chat. Hey, shout out to my big brother Creek Running Water too, man. He one of the brothers that definitely put in a lot of work and usually very accessible. Usually just a call or email away. So make sure y'all check out the brother Creek Running Water. But yeah, man, we probably about to get ready to wrap this build up, man. We encroaching on like 4 of them things. This was definitely a fire build. I hope everybody enjoyed this build. I hope everybody is still enjoying this build. This was definitely a fire one. I'm gonna give everybody a chance to close out. Give everybody a quick 2 minutes to close out with something. We ain't gonna hold it extra long and shit because we're about to get out of here. But yeah, I'll give everybody a quick little bit to get out of here with. Let's go. Peace and love, light to everybody.
Well, I just wanted to say I wish you guys
PJ,
all put
thank
your
you.
emails
We appreciate
in
it.
the chat or either in the back chat, either way, so we can reach out to each other about this information. Because listen, I've been trying to get people together so we can discuss this. People need to hear this in the communities. A lot of this stuff is new information, whether y'all know it or not. It's old to y'all. Y'all been doing this and for a minute, so on and so forth. But some people are familiar with it, but they don't understand it or don't know the seriousness of it. Let me say it like that. They don't understand the pertinence of getting this paperwork, because what I'm hearing from y'all, it's important. This is something like you need to hurry up and do this. Don't sit around, don't wait. Do it for your kids, blah, blah, blah. So this is stuff that we need to be putting out into the communities, and it's not out there, guys. Whether y'all think it is, it might be out there on the community of people that listen here and there, but these aren't like, how many people in the world, and look, like the followers, even if you got 1 million followers, you ain't hitting hardly too many people. You know what I'm saying? So we need to really get this on platforms that are a little broader and in different areas so that it can reach other people as well. It needs to be informational based so people can get this information and do the stuff. I just want to say that it's very important.
Yes, sir. All right. Yo, for the people out there that want all the fame, you can have the fame, bro. Just give me a little opportunity to be able to get my expression of what I know out. Not as in I looking to control no one. I looking for no one to do it my way. No kind of thing. I just showing you the truth and evidence of how this thing work for me every day, right? I ain't no hypocrite. Ain't no man that's trying to look for no type of status to be over no one else. None of that. I just a standing man on this earth and trying to show the people, yeah, I feel like guys a happy state of my life every day of my life without any binds or bounds or chain or shackle to any type of foreign entity that I don't agree with just because they say follow along with it. No, 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 no. I never been a follower. So I always been a leader. So if I gotta lead my own government and no one else part of it, that's what I gotta create. That's what I created. So my way or the highway, you don't have to go, but I know how to catch I-10, I-20, I-40, I-80, I-75, 95, 35, and if it's 17, 01, 01, 05, whatever, I know how to catch all in my pie right there. You check. So if I gotta stand alone, I gotta stand alone and keep showing and proving every step of the way. All right, bless up my people, love and respect.
Peace, Nod.
Peace, peace, peace to the panel. Peace
Powerful
to the
bill.
chat.
Peace to all of y'all, man. Always love to build with you guys and gal and sisters, and I love it, man. I love it, man. Most definitely was a dope build. I really always appreciate the knowledge, the information. You already know. Don't hide the plug. New Era hats and all the people that want to start their own brand. You can get your 72 hats. We got artists. You can create your logos, different joints like these. All embroidery, all come from New Era, and you design them yourself. You could get us www.don'thidetheplug.com. Don't hide the plug on all social media platforms. You leave a message and figure out how to go about getting your hats and your merch and build your own business. And let's build black businesses and entrepreneurship. Peace.
Those some dope hats too, bro. I like that.
Oh, they fire. You can check
look
them out,
into
bro.
it.
They fire, bro. They fire, bro. This one right here is Nationality Hip Hop. If you can see it. The Nationality Hip Hop joint. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna get one of them joints. I like that,
We
yo.
got some fire joints, you know what I'm saying? But people could build, if you got logos and you got your own thing that you're trying to build, or if some people don't know about going about logos, we got artists and things like that as well, where you could put together a package where you get your logo done and then you get your 72 hat package, you know what I'm saying? So people building their own brands. You know what I'm saying? Whether you want to support www.don'thidetheplug.com and support our brand, or you could build your own brand. A lot of people don't know about how to go about building their own brands. How to do it? What steps do I take? You know what I mean? You can ask questions on maybe trademarking and copywriting things, and you know what I mean, different stuff, you know. So people just don't have the insight. So we need more people thinking on that mindset and more people pushing out and doing their thing, man. So www.don'thidetheplug.com. Hit up Facebook and Instagram at don'thidetheplug.com and just leave a message, man.
Appreciate you.
Look at y'all Aborigines today. It look like everybody in
Appreciate
woken up.
you.
Somebody in smoked good. Somebody in had a good night rest. Y'all woke
Hey!
up positive today. Like this felt like a good year, 2 years ago when we was used to build. You know, I'm proud of y'all today.
I
Y'all
love
gave
it.
Root his goddamn morphine patch. You feel me? He ain't relaxed today. I'm surprised. You feel me? You know, it's all love. It's all love. AP and hit his Reggie today. I see, you feel me? Everybody in good spirits. I'm proud of y'all Aborigines today.
I'm always in good spirits, brother. You know, it's peace, love, light, and unity all year. I like to give the brothers a platform to discuss their matters and various topics that's getting slung around throughout the chat. And we do it on here respectfully. And sometimes StreamYards as like a piece of shit. Some people's cameras ain't shit. Some people's phones ain't shit. Oh, y'all Wi-Fi's ain't shit. But it's one of
Doesn't suck
those.
to me. Fuck you.
AP.
See, look, we couldn't hear what you said because that must be your Wi-Fi. So yeah, you fit that one. You gotta go with that one. You still sound like a robot. It might be your phone and
He
your
said you still sound like a robot. But no, this really felt like a bill for a couple years ago, man. I'm proud of y'all, man. I felt like I learned a little bit today. And it wasn't actually something regurgitated. It was somebody actually threw some new stuff out there today. So, you know, shout out to everybody that was on the panel today and gave that information. And you know, everybody stay positive. I ain't want to say too much. I heard you was about to end it, bro. So I ain't, come up. I just
Yeah,
wanted
we about to
everybody
get
to
the
know.
hell up out of here. About to
If we can stay at
skedaddle.
this frequency, y'all, we gonna be unstoppable. We built with the Moors today. No matter how y'all
Oh,
want
well,
to look at
no,
it.
this
With the Moors,
we build with our brothers. It ain't even like
That's
we building with Indians. It ain't like we building with Moors. It ain't like we building with African Americans. It ain't like we building with Native nigga. We building with our family. Nigga. We don't give a fuck what you. I don't give a fuck if you think you SpongeBob,
We
nigga.
building
I
with
don't
our
give a fuck.
loyals. It's straight up loyal. This is the
That's why
loyalty on
I'm
motherfucking
saying.
family.
Network next show or something.
That's why I'm saying it.
Hey,
You feel me? Y'all actually held it down today, and it was a respectful day. You feel me? And it didn't matter what no titles and what
I'm
anybody
getting
thought they
feedback.
was.
Everybody keep that mic muted, please. So I got feedback. I hate that feedback shit. That should be hurt.
Reggie.
But yeah. What was you saying? Oh, nah, that nigga done ended after I got everybody mic cut off. Weird ass CD boy.
Salute, man.
But
Thank
listen,
you
we
for
about to
having me
finish
up,
this. Go
man.
ahead.
It was a powerful
Go
bill.
ahead, we were.
Oh no, I'm just saying salute, man. It's a powerful bill, man. You know what I'm saying? Breaking that law down, everybody coming, you know what I'm saying, on some positive shit. Salute, bro, man. Thanks for having me up and everybody that was up here. And that's about it. Salute. Hit the
I
like, everybody.
appreciate you. I appreciate you, Root Word. You's a funny motherfucker, boy. You's a funny guy. You came with respect for the most part. But I'm gonna tell you
Can
like
I say
this,
something?
man. I'm the non-biased guy, but like I said, peace, love, and light.
Nah, PMS on some former shit. That's what it looked like. It is
Man,
what it
that
is.
nigga, that nigga's a bitch.
Hey, but I got a
But
I don't
kayak.
even speak on that nigga no more.
I got a kayak, and
Prove
no, you ain't
you.
gonna get the
But you
motherfucking.
gotta prove
You
yourself.
ain't gonna get the motherfucking paddles. I got a kayak for bet. I'm a bet with the Moors. The Moors was in from America. I got a kayak up. you niggas talking about my kayaks, nigga. Yeah, I bet a kayak, nigga. What I
That
got to bet?
that nigga PNF is a bitch. But yeah, I'm glad you got some
Yo,
kayaks. But I might have to challenge you to a kayak, little something, little
yo,
expedition, nigga, whitewater rafting or something, nigga. Fuck around, nigga. Yeah, get into it.
yo, bro. Yo, bro,
Y'all
some
have a
real
good one.
shit,
Thanks a
yo.
lot, man.
Some real shit,
I
yo.
work it.
We from the mothers, yo. We from the matriarch. That's where we from. You know what I'm saying? So anybody got a problem
I'm from
with the
my
mate,
mother pussy.
look, bro. Anybody got a problem with the matriarch? Stop being so sensitive because they here to stay.
Educational purposes.
You know what I mean? They here to stay. Stop being so sensitive. So if they cuss you out, keep your fucking mouth shut and take that fade. Period. You know what I mean? Stop being so sensitive. That's what
Facts.
mothers do. That's what mothers do. They cuss you out. You better not fucking say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Just take the fade. You know what I'm saying? Because you know at the end of the day, it's all about love. It's nothing like your mother's love. Period. So
Matter of
all these
fact,
niggas
Right.
that's being
you
sensitive,
Facts.
everybody's being
need
sensitive about that shit. Grow the fuck up. You know what I mean? Be a man. Stop being the fucking little girls and shit,
Like you
man.
saying, like we
Hey,
saying,
big
like
bro,
you
you
can.
hit the nail on the cough. You hit the nail on the head with that one, nigga. You gonna get cussed out by your aunties and your big mamas and your cousins, your older
Right.
elder
Just take
cousins,
that
your
fade.
mama, nigga. And being us growing up as respectable men in the household or as badass little delinquents, nigga, we still honor that, nigga. We didn't cuss or go at and do all that. Nigga, you get the fuck beat the fuck out of you by the females and the niggas at that point. Then it's gonna seem like everybody jumping up on you, nigga. They supposed to. So, nigga, when you get out of line, nigga, you get dealt with. You know how it go. Nigga, your mama like, oh, his ass out of line. He done did this. He cussed. He done left. He acted a fool. He ain't listening. Yeah, the big dogs come out. So yeah, sometimes you gotta put the niggas in their corner and bump them inside they goddamn head from time to time. They'll get their shit together. You know, that's you just gotta know that. I don't stress it. That's peace, love, and light. When I get my hands on you, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm fucking him up. Excuse me, educational purposes. But I'm fucking him up. Y'all remember that scene from Benzino when he said that to that white man the other day? He said, I'm fucking him up. Yeah, straight up. But yeah, man, shout out to Chief Jonesy. Shout out to goddamn Rasta Nadi. Shout out to everybody on the chat, man, that came through. The brother the Wild, Bright Mo Deezy, nonetheless. Sister Soul, Sister Bethy, and everybody else that I maybe forgot, man. So with that being said, man, we out of here.
Shout out
Love
to
and
the
light to everybody,
Empresses,
yo. Bye
man.
bye. Peace out.
Shout out to women.
Bro, your mic still fucking up. See, you, ooh, I'm gonna give you one more chance to get together because I think it's your phone, Wi-Fi connection, and your motherfucking street, yo. Nigga, you just having a bad eat.
Nigga,
Come
I'm
on,
on
let's
the
try it
Boost
again.
Mobile, nigga. I'm on the Boost Mobile.
Boy, you on the page plus. That thing run by minutes. I think you're in Roman minutes or overtime or something.
Dream y'all be hating on me for some reason. Why they be hating on me? Why?
You must got an iPhone. If you got an iPhone, they really be hating on iPhones.
Hell yeah,
Real
I
shit.
got a phone.
Yeah, they hate on
Man,
iPhones like a motherfucker.
man, peace, love, and light to everybody. I hope y'all heard that. Be careful out here. I ain't gonna
Man,
tell y'all stay dangerous. Be careful. Fuck.
yeah, man, be careful, stay aware, stay vigilant, and stay dangerous. You understand me? This your brother, Big Aboriginal Power. Much love to all the American Aborigines. We out here. Hit that like button on the way out. Subscribe.